This is such a crazy problem. I don't know why this is happening, because all of the signal on my end is smooth, right? Like everything is playing smooth for me. I can hear it smoothly. It's not glitching, but somewhere between the StreamYard studio and the actual YouTube server, something is getting messed up there. And I don't know why I cannot actually stream properly right now. Like these last 2 days have been really weird for me. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I have to strike while the iron is hot, because this shit might disappear if I don't get to it right now. That being said, though, had an interesting conversation with the slow kids today. All right, there's just no other way to describe it. You know, shout out to the slow kids. Not everybody gets to be quick. Not everybody automatically understands complex ideas and high level thought processes or whatever. Not everybody really thinks about what it takes to become a civilization. What does it mean to live in a society, right? Shout out to the slow kids, man. God bless them. We need slow kids.
Let's speak to the thing about guarantees. I keep hearing this sort of charge being brought up, like men are wrong for wanting guarantees. You know, earlier when I was speaking to, I don't know if it was Chanel or LA, and I reminded her that she wants me to lean on the church, but when shit goes bad, it gives her guarantees. Simple as that. She has guarantees. And so this idea that men are somehow wrong for wanting a more guaranteed or more secure position, that's bullshit. You're dealing with the most secure, guaranteed person in the whole situation here. I was the man wrong for wanting to get match guarantees. Like, stop that.
Because guarantees are for women and children, bro. Like, a man guarantees you weak, and you're never gonna get anywhere for real in life. Hold on, listen. Hold on, real quick. Because at the end of the day, what I'm telling you is, men don't look for guarantees. Men go and create the circumstances that they want. If they don't find the circumstance they want, they go and create them. Men understand so much. That's why they're in the peril that they're in. Because men understand that ain't shit guaranteed. These women go for these false solutions and pseudo security. As a man, you ain't supposed to do that. You're supposed to make calculated risk. You're supposed to make educated and go get what you want to get. That's it. Ain't shit guaranteed but death.
That's a false bravado argument.
It's not.
Bro, can I make my point? If you were to look at it from a market perspective, any financial product that comes with all those guarantees is the people to act as if their product has the same amount of guarantees that the other product does. It doesn't. And so when you're talking about men being gun shy or not want to do this, that, and the third, it is literally because you're dealing with somebody who cannot say win. She's just guaranteed to not lose. And so now you're looking at dudes like they did something wrong. No, the dude is not wrong for seeing how weird that is and adjusting his model.
Yo, fam. So that's your mentality, your mindset. So let me ask you a very direct question. Besides death and potentially taxes, for what do you believe is guaranteed? Give me three things besides death and taxes and potentially your skin color. What else is guaranteed in this world?
Labor, the burden of labor. You will have to work.
Telling me that trust fund. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, let me answer you.
You are guaranteed that burden.
That's not true. So you're telling me that there's not people who live off investments and you're telling me there's people who don't win or have windfall money, don't win the lotto, don't hit a sports book, hit whatever. You're telling me that there's not men that guaranteed of life.
I don't make 1% arguments. Somebody earlier told me that
not a guarantee.
I too many broad statements, but we live in kind of broad strokes. Girls are not bound to labor. Like, women are not forced to work. So no, when we're talking about guarantees, there are some huge problems in the game.
Yo, family, welcome to being a man. This is part of the sentiment that there's some double standards that men benefit from. The one double standard that women benefit from that men don't benefit from is they are protected by society and they have a level of protection that men don't have. Men have to get their own protection. Men have to gird up their loins. Men have to
double standard benefits men.
Yo, there's a lot of the fact there's a lot of
nigga, name it. Stop talking this. Name that shit, bro.
Yo, I'm naming it. The fact that we are the ones that make the rules. We pay the cost to be the boss, so we make the rules. That's one of the double standards as a man. What I'm saying is, as the man, you are the leader, so you are supposed to make the rules. It's supposed to be your way or no way. You're supposed to be the man with the plan, the man with the last say. That's what I'm saying. That's the double standard.
Nigga, that's a burden. That's a burden. That's not a double standard. You have to pay for it. You have to take responsibility. That's burden.
Yo, you
Why are you doing that, bro? That's male feminine shit.
No,
we was having a conversation and you're doing this right now.
Get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling
man. You're a lesser. You're a
Yeah, I'm trying my best here to figure out what's going on. And the only thing I can think of is there's a heavy amount of traffic right now on the bandwidth because my signal is strong on my end. And even when I switch my Wi-Fi from the house Wi-Fi to I use my phone's hotspot, it still gives me that same pop, that audio pop. And I wonder if it's on YouTube's end because I don't know what else I can do back here, bro. This shit is crazy. It seemed like this problem cleared itself up the other night as we went on. So hopefully we can just press through because I wanted to get this off immediately for a particular reason because I know something about Izzy. And there's a reason why I made sure to add Izzy in the title. I had to put his name in the title because Izzy do suck as shit. Like Izzy will go back and actually edit the whole video so he can look better. Like he will literally drop segments from the stream, go back in the YouTube studio, edit out the stuff that makes him look bad, and then just let the stream upload as if it was the regular show that we all watch, right? So I have to strike now before he gets a chance to edit because I know editing takes a little bit of time.
That's a burden. That's a burden. That's not a double standard. You have
So, and this is the point of contention right here. I asked Izzy. Yeah, I'm on StreamYard. I asked Izzy, what double standards benefit men? Because his question to me, well, his statement was that there are several double standards and men benefit from some of them. Oh, snap. Did you just buy me a glass of wine, Carmen? Ow. We drinking some sweet bitch tonight. Shout out to Carmen. She bought me some wine, y'all. Thank you, Carmen. I need a drink anyway. After talking to the slow kids, I need a drink. But anyway, he asked me, well, he says that men have double standards that benefit us in society. Now, I asked him to name those double standards that men benefit from.
That make the rules.
And his answer is that men have to pay the cost to be the boss. That's a double standard. What's the standard that's doubled there? As a woman, if you pay the cost, you do get to be the boss, right? That's kind of why a lot of chicks are at home alone right now because they pay the cost to be the boss. And so for Izzy to tell me that a man paying for things and therefore making the rules because he pays for everything is somehow a double standard. No, that's not a double standard. That is the burden of being a man.
The fact that we are the ones that make the rules. We pay the cost to be the boss, so we make the rules. That's one of the double standards as a man.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, as the man, you are the leader, so you are supposed to make the rules. It's supposed to be your way or no way. You're supposed to be the man with the plan, the man with the last say. That's what I'm saying. That's the double standard that you benefit.
And this is the point where, one, I don't think Izzy understands the concept of a double standard properly. Because there's no way to relate that to a woman. There's no double standard in that. And then two, I noticed something. This is just a very black male problem. A lot of niggas have a hard time properly relating to one another, especially in moments of disagreement. And so when I introduce a topic or a subject, and it's a little bit like they don't quite understand where I'm coming from, Niggas get angry. Dudes legit get angry when they don't understand. And then they want to fight you because like you're smarter than them or something. And I think that's kind of what's happening. Dudes get angry because they don't quite understand what's
the
really
man
being
with the
discussed
last
here.
say. That's what I'm saying. That's the double standard.
Nigga, that's a burden. That's a burden. That's not a double standard. You have to pay for it. You have to take responsibility. That's burden.
Yo, you are weak, bro. Let me just tell you straight to your face. You're a weak dude, man.
And it was right there. I was legitimately confused. Like, bro, where did that come from? I asked you standard, and you say men pay for everything, so they make the rules. And I'm like, bro, that's not a double standard. That's a burden. Having to make all the money so that you can make all the rules is a burden for men. That's not a double standard. I don't think you understand how the concept of double standard works. Like, how would that apply to women if this is about double standards? Like, a double standard is, as a woman, you're allowed to hit a man. As a man, there's no good time to hit a woman, right? That's a double standard.
Why are you resorting to the
I'm not. No,
you was having the conversation and you're doing this right now.
Get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told.
Yo, fam, the shit that you're complaining about, men don't complain about, family. I'm trying to let you know with love.
Now, and here's where we lost each other. Because Izzy is like a woman in the brain, right? So if I say XYZ, his girl brain says 1-4B. And now he wants to argue with me because I clearly said XYZ. And now he's having a girl brain moment because his girl brain hears 1-4B. Nobody's talking about that. We're talking about XYZ. But girl brain, you can't really understand that. Nobody was complaining about anything. Nobody ever complained about the male burden. But you offered that up as an example of double standard. And after a while, I can only conclude that you're just fucking stupid, bro. Niggas really are dumb. And then what happens is, because they're dumb, the next best thing to do is to beat on your chest and act like, yo, I'm a man. Hibbity ha.
I'm telling you.
Why are you doing that, bro? That's not feminine shit. We was having a conversation and you're doing this right now.
Get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told.
Yo, fam, the shit that you're complaining about, men don't complain about, family. I'm trying to let you know with love. This is love talking. Hold on real quick.
Niggas, don't call this shit love. Stop doing that whole shit, bro.
Get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told.
You're weak, bro. You're weak. Let me just tell you that. You're looking for something that doesn't exist, bro. You're looking for guarantees. You want to make, oh, it's a burden. Oh, it's a burden. Oh, the burden of someone putting this on me. Oh, the responsibility. Welcome to manhood, nigga. What?
That was the whole fucking point, though. These are burdens of manhood. There are no double standards that really benefit men. We still haven't really gotten to a good one yet. Jeff's going to try, but we haven't got there. What modern double standard actually benefits men, bro? That was the basic point. And somehow, because you can't have a conversation about that, it goes off into, and you know what I realized too? Niggas don't really know how to talk about other things. Like almost every conversation, especially like if you pull up Izzy channel, there isn't a day that goes by that he doesn't talk about getting with women and how to be with a woman and how to mac on with a woman and shit like that, right? And so that's actually pretty funny, Carmen. When it comes to like more complex, nuanced conversations, niggas' brains get stuck on dick pussy, bro. And I think bigger than dick pussy. And you really won't understand me because you only think in terms of dick pussy. Now, Carmen, she offers an interesting double standard. Nipples out at the beach. God damn it, Carmen. You had to go there, didn't you? I mean, now we can get into the whole argument of how much does that benefit men. But I mean, I guess that is true. As a man, you can have your nipples out at the beach and it won't cause a commotion. It won't cause a ruckus. But I don't know if that quite satisfies, you know, the gravity of the double standard problem that I was trying to bring up. But technically, you are right, Carmen. I'm not going to take that away from you. Nipples out, y'all. Nips out if you got them.
Welcome to being a man. There's some, yes, we have a charge, we have a responsibility, and to whom much is given, much is required. The head, heavy is the head that wears the crown, brother. You are weak.
You done now?
Yes.
You done now?
Yes.
Like I said, I asked you to prove your claim, and the best thing you can do is call names like a little girl, bro. That's little girl behavior. You're acting like a baby girl. Prove your point. Make your argument.
Can I take a stab at it?
Hold on, Uncle Jeff. I don't need you to help me. You could get it after I finish proving my point. I got you, Uncle Jeff. So, the proof of the point is this. The man is supposed to be the leader. Do you believe that men are supposed to be the leader? Do you believe that men?
Yeah, now you're changing. Now you're moving.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not.
The question was what double standard benefits men?
No, I just told you. Hold on, I'm about to mute you because I just told you, and I'm asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question, and then I'm gonna finish telling you. You asked me what double standard, and I told you. Now, whether you want to accept the double standard that men benefit from or not, that's on you. But I did tell you the one double standard that men benefit from is he who wins the war makes the rules.
Again, winning the war and making the rules do not qualify as double standard. He does not understand. It's like when you come home and you see your kids playing with your power tools and stuff, using your power drill like it's a real gun. He's like pew 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 with the power drill. You do not understand what we're talking about. Some of us actually did well in school. Some of us actually passed our SAT classes, bro. You don't understand, and that's okay because there's room in the world for stupid niggas.
And men still rule. So at the end of the day, the man makes the rules. That's what he benefits from.
How does that count as double standard if you do all the work? And
I want to show you something now. I want to this big screen, this bad boy right here. This is the benefit of being on cam. I can see all of your little odd facial expressions and mannerisms.
From.
How does that count as double standard if you do all the work and now you actually make the rules?
He's frustrated because he's stupid. If you've watched enough Negroes, you've seen this expression before. He's frustrated because he can't understand. If we were in high school, we'd have to fight right now because he's retarded and the stupid niggas like beating up on the smart niggas.
How is that a double standard? You're not actually saying anything.
So I'm not saying anything. So a woman could come in your house and rule your house? Yes or no?
How does that even apply? You just said a man has to do the work and then he makes the rules. That is not a double standard. You don't understand what a double standard is.
Your family. First of all, see, the problem is I do understand what a double standard is, but the problem is that you are not on no man shit, and you get in your feelings, your panties.
Here you get
in your feelings and your panties in a bunch.
See, now because he doesn't know what a double standard is, I'm the manliest man that ever manned on this man world. Blah, 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 blah. Niggas really be doing a lot of chest pounding and shit, bro. Like, niggas be average as fuck, acting like they special, man. We're all ordinary, regular niggas. I think the only nigga on the panel that been to Hollywood is Jeff, bro. Everybody else is regular. Stop acting like I'm the biggest man that ever manned on man land.
You just sat here and said I was like a little girl, but I didn't bitch nor complain, nor moan, nor fold, nigga. But you's a weak ass nigga, period. And so therefore you can't understand man language. You can't understand that I'm trying to tell you that the double standard that you benefit from is the fact that you're a man and you make the rules. But you don't want to accept that. You want to be an excuse.
See, you're a man, you make the rules. Not because you're a man, though, but because like you want a war, or because you pay all the bills or whatever. That's not a double standard. That's earning your way. That's a burden that you have to carry. That's not a double standard. Niggas are really fucking slow.
Filled bitch. Period. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Maybe you can reason with this.
How does that prove you right? Because you can say curse words. Because you can curse like your mama.
Man,
how that prove you right? Because your mama taught you how to cuss.
Hey, man. Mama.
Hey, man.
Mama.
Was that too far? Was there some kind of rule that was broken just now? Was I not supposed to go there? What does that mean? Nigga got all stiff. Oh, my mama. Nigga got real stiff. Yeah, you sound like your mama, nigga. You sound like your mama. That's who taught you to be angry with niggas. Your mama.
Hey,
nigga, don't go there, bro. We was talking plain, and you got real sensitive, bro. Don't act all hurt. Don't act all hurt. I asked you to make a little point, and you said being weak. You said you're not a man because you couldn't actually have the argument. You couldn't prove the argument, and you said
Mike on Jeff.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
I really want to try. Hey,
see that sensitive bullshit? I'll mute.
Uncle Jeff got the mic, man. Jesus Christ.
Hood Conservative. You were asking what double standards benefit men. Let's go back to that. The sex double standard benefits men. Men who it's implied sleep with a lot of women benefit from that standard. Women do not.
What is Jeff even saying right now? Like, niggas really be talking, and it's like they haven't actually logically worked out their own position. And then when I point out, like, there's a little problem with that position, niggas get real caught out there. Like, bro, it's not my fault you don't think on your own when we're not talking on a panel. Niggas need to do more time thinking. Less talking, more thinking.
I don't know what you mean, Jeff. What does it we benefit from as a group? That some dudes get a lot of cooch? I don't get that.
Okay, well, that's kind of evident. I don't think you probably haven't swam in a lot of cooch in your past time.
Here we go, bro. Like, no, how does that actually prove your point?
That's not
how
a dig.
How does that prove the point? I'm not taking it as one, but how does that prove the point that some dudes have a good life? Because when I say this is about women being protected, it's across the board. But you're making an argument about the 1%.
Yo, no, hold on. Why does this nigga want to be protected? Who you gonna go to protect you? Other men? Like your family? What are you talking about, bro? Go ahead.
You don't even understand what I'm trying to explain because you keep running your mouth, bro. I would tell you what you actually wanted to know.
Nah, you talking about?
Look at you now. You can't hold your frame now. You having a conversation, bro.
You are complaining that women. Yes, Uncle Jeff, I'll give it to you. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. You got it.
Okay, let's go back. I'm not digging it. I'm saying that your point of view, not understanding, you asked in singular, what were some standards, some double standards that men benefit from? The ability to sleep with multiple women and be seen as a player is a double standard that men benefit from.
Now, let's stop for a second here. Everybody, let's go back in our minds to our high school years. Some of you guys, if you had a college experience, rope college into those years, right? How many of those guys were players while you were in high school? How many of them? How many of those guys were players while you were on your college campus? Like, give me a rough percentage. of all of the men that started out high school with you in your freshman class, about what percentage of those guys do you imagine are players? Mr. O says about 20. 20 would be high. 20% of players would be high. I'm thinking closer to 10. And even 10 might be high. 5 is generally the accepted average. We're getting to the Pareto principle now. Roughly 5% of the people involved with a thing will be doing about 50% of the output. And so for Jeff to even bring that up as a level of double standard, in fact, the average man is harmed by the fact that select men get to run through women. Why? Because those select men who get to run through women become the heartbreak model for all the other women. And so when they think about what men are and how men are, they only remember getting used and abused by the select few. They can't really judge the average man because the average man isn't out there knocking them down like the select few. And so this idea that somehow because at a max 20% of guys are getting a lot more sex than the rest of them, no, bro, that's not what a double standard means. That is crazy.
Players are not the 1%. There's a much bigger number. That's just that's one. The double standard that and this is okay with me. And again, a lot of these double standards are okay with cats who think like me. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw myself over there with Izzy. The double standard that says we even joke about it is if we hanging out and I kick you out the car, nigga, I ain't waiting till you get in and turn the light on.
What does that even mean? What are you old niggas even talking about? Who's kicking niggas out of cars? What is even that about? Kicking niggas out the car? How did that come up in a conversation about double standards between men and women? What are these niggas even doing? Jeff be smoking some dope though. Jeff be on that good weed shit.
The double standard that says we even joke about it is if we hanging out and I kick you out the car, nigga, I ain't waiting till you get in and turn the light on. That double standard benefits men from this place. It is a given that a man can protect himself when you see him in public at night. Smart people think that way. Only criminals.
So because we naturally assume due to physical realities that men are more able to protect themselves at night. Naturally assuming that a man can protect himself at night is a double standard that benefits men. Do you see this shit? These niggas don't fucking get it. And it's like they try so hard to make me the bad guy. Oh, you weak. You just don't, you're not a man. Nigga, you don't, y'all niggas are slow, bro. And you be trying to look good for these bitches that you ain't never gonna get none of these bitches to touch your little pee-pee. But you up here trying to make them feel good with every fiber of your nigga being, bro. Stop.
Benefits men from this place. It is a given that a man can protect himself when you see him in public at night. Smart people think that way. Only criminals look at other men as marks at night. Everybody else is smart enough to believe that this might not go the way if you smart at all, you don't ever estimate a man by how big he is or how small or none of that. This might not go the way you think.
Again, the whole question is double standards, and they can't really logically walk their way through the conversation. And so it has to double back on some little weird cheap shots. You ain't getting no batches, all that other sucker shit. But like, nigga, it was a simple point. Women are heavily protected in modern Western society, right? That's what the double standards really amount to. We will assume his guilt and assume her innocence, right? That's a double standard. doesn't work that way in the other way, right? We never assume that the man is just right because, you know, bitches be wilding, right? Only a nigga like me comes along and be like, I don't know if I want to just throw that nigga away automatically. Let me look at this a little bit longer just before we throw a nigga away on a bitch's word, right? There is no double standard that actually benefits a man. I have not been disproven yet.
A woman does not get that. She does not get that benefit. Now, if you're not capable of protecting yourself reasonably, then perhaps you may not see that as a benefit. But
let me explain.
That's an actually great way to kind of judo flip the logic trap that I just walked them into, right? This is a great way to handle that, Free Zone. This is what happens when you don't have a woman's mind, you know? A woman's mind and a man's body is just an accident waiting to happen. Hood, if you actually had to, if you had to actually think of one, how would you have answered your own question? You can't think of one? I don't really know that I can, Free Zone. And see, that's the great thing about your question. I question myself. I question myself because when I get up on these panels and I take like a grand stance on a thing, it's not really fun getting caught out there exposed, right? And so when I go out on these like hard points, when I take a hard line on something, I've probably rolled that shit over in my head for a while. And so like the idea that there is a double standard in American culture that benefits the average man, that shit is like an old red pill talking point. It's yet to be disproven.
Why I even seized on that as an issue, because you pointed out this thing about guarantees and stuff in the chat or whatever. Here's why I brought that up, because we keep having these men-women conversations, and the women always come from a point that somehow, for some reason, the men need to do more for them so they can do whatever, I don't know, be women or some shit. And my whole point is the entire nature of modern civilization has been bent so that we can protect women and give them a guarantee at nearly every level of human interaction with a man. Yet they still try to gaslight us that we need to do more, that we have to go more out of our way, that we have to bend over just a little more backward. And I'm like, bro, they have damn near all the guarantees. Why?
Izzy, what you up there shaking your head for? The fuck you shaking your head for, Izzy? This nigga's shaking his head right now when I'm saying this shit, but then later on, this nigga's gonna take everything I said and be like, well, you know, he was right though. Fuck you shaking your head for, man? Stop being like that.
That we need to do more, that we have to go more out of our way, that we have to.
And listen, you niggas in the chat, y'all gonna leave Carmen and her nips alone. She had no idea you niggas was gonna do that. It's too late now. Carmen, you're on your own, baby. Hide the nips, Carmen. Hide the nips. These niggas coming. These niggas are on a warpath. I don't know what you done did to nip these niggas off.
Bend over just a little more backward. And I'm like, bro, they have damn near all the guarantees. Why?
Well,
do a guarantee.
I'll answer that and get out of the way. It's not modern history you're discussing. It is the history of mankind. In the history of mankind, even in Arab countries, society is bent for women because it's supposed to bend for women.
In Arab countries, they don't have as many rights. I'm not even sure what rights they do have in Arab countries, but the fact that you brought up an Arab country only proves my point. It is crazy that you would go straight to hardline Islam, as if Islam itself doesn't actually see my point. The one thing I agree with Islam, Muhammad was right about women, bro.
Can I agree with you that it has been bent way too far? Absolutely. But the concept that we should not bend for women at all, I'm not with, brother.
So listen to the double think, right? This is black male double think. Yes, they've gone too far. Yes, we have done too much for them. But the idea that we should stop doing for them, I don't know what you're talking about. Bruh.
because it's supposed to bend for women. Can I agree with you that it has been bent way too far? Absolutely. But the concept that we should not bend for women at all, I'm not with.
And the nigga just brought up Islam as if Muslim niggas go out of their way to get their wives' opinion on a goddamn thing. When have you ever heard two Muslim men having a conversation and at any point they say, so I asked my wife? It's you niggas that have to go home and ask your wife. It's you niggas that think your wife is so amazing. I desperately need her opinion on shit. Arab niggas don't do that. An Arab would call you a fag, bro. You are gay in the eyes of Islam.
Brother, if you don't bend for your women at all, who protects them from marauders?
What more bending needs to be done? That's why I brought up the whole point of guarantees. How much more bending do you think is necessary, Jeff?
Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm done with it, Iz. I'm going to say this. I'm done with it. I thought I just agreed with you.
Let's run that back one more time to make sure I'm not tripping. What did he just say? And then what did he say right after that?
To bend for women. It is the history of mankind. In the history of mankind, even in Arab countries, society is bent for women because it's supposed to bend for women. Can I agree with you that it has been bent way too far? Absolutely. But the concept that we should not bend for women at all.
So if your point, if you can acknowledge to me that the entire nature of society has been bent for women, then why is your concern, your very next concern, bending for women? It's that type of shit right there that we will never get on board, bro.
I'm not with. Brother, if you don't bend for your women at all, who protects them from marauders?
What more bending needs to be done? That's
right. So Jeff, you do the bending, huh? Is that what I'm hearing, Jeff? You do the bending? That's an amazing image, bro. Niggas bend for box, bro. And you know the funny thing, the box be rigid. The box be like, I don't like this. I'm just what I'm not. And niggas bend for the box, bro. That is crazy talk to me. That is crazy talk. I can't understand what's happening here. Niggas say you gonna bend for the box. Are you doing the bending? Is that what I'm hearing, Jeff? Tell me you don't bend for the box. You supposed to bend the box, bro. Supposed to mash up the pum pum. Pum pum na mashu. Calm Cloud Shell with the $9.99. Hi Shell. Hey Shell. I don't think I ever seen you before. Hold on, Shell. Who this? Who this right there? I don't think I ever seen you. Hi, hey, what's up? Calm Cloud Shell says the fact that Izzy performed the Bible of Sharon Bracey, gaslighting misandry, you was pissed? Damn, she said I was pissed. You still curb stomped him the classiest way, though, and I'm profoundly disappointed in Unc Jeff's nut riding. Well, goddamn. Shout out to Calm Cloud Shell. I need to sit with that. I gotta just be present with that for a minute. That comment just did something to me, so I'll be right back, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
God damn it. Girl, you popped up one time in the chat and now you're Nip Cloud Shell. You see what happens? You see these savages? God damn it. These are some savages. Just nip it in the bud. Shout out to Shell for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much.
The whole point of guarantees.
And yeah, Uncle Jeff's is a little disappointing right now. You know what's so funny? This is how I know Izzy be editing out his videos on some whole shit. Jeff and I had an exchange like 2 or 3 days ago. Izzy, that day where Izzy said he was holding me accountable because, you know, we made some jokes about him. It wasn't all that serious, but the nigga was real butthurt. That's why he mad right now. That nigga got feelings from like 4 days ago, bro. The nigga on his cycle or some shit. But the nigga brought Uncle Jeff into the conversation at a certain point. And there was a point in the conversation where Jeff was rolling with me heavy. Jeff was just gunning for me. And to the point where Izzy was like, Jeff, get out the way. Jeff, stop. And I'm like, no, nigga, you put this nigga in the shit. Bro, he dropped that whole 5-minute interaction. I'm like, see, this nigga is on some sucker shit, bro. Because I went back and I re-listened to the stream because I was going to actually snatch the parts out and do something with it. And the nigga disappeared it. I'm like, bro, okay, I see what I'm dealing with now. Niggas really be trying to like, niggas be on some Hollywood shit, bro. This like Hollywood magic niggas trying to do.
Jeez, how much more bending do you think is necessary, Jeff?
Okay, I'm gonna say this, I'm done with it. I'm gonna say this, I'm done with it. I thought I just agreed with you that the bending has gone too far. I thought I agreed with you. Yes, it has.
So when I bring up the point of guarantees, I am not wrong for bringing up the point about guarantees. If you're going to tell me that the bending has gone too far.
Yes, right. If it's too far, if everything has gone too far, then when I point out how women actually have guarantees in the situation, like you will be forced by the state to perform husbandly duties, right? That's what alimony and child support is, right? The government is forcing you to be the man for her. The government will not force her to be the woman for you, right? And so I am not wrong for noticing these are really inescapable double standards. It's not like, you know, Jeff's example of some dude, you know, Dexter St. Jock, he's out there slaying all the chicks, bro. Yeah, okay, fine. That is not a double standard. That's some niggas get to naturally do better than others.
You are though, yo, yes, you are wrong in the sense of, yo, you are asking as a man for guarantees, and men don't have any guarantees. Like my man Stan Archie said.
Oh, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? And for everybody who asks why I go to the other panels, why I hang out in the slow kids and they be throwing pudding packs at me and shit, this is why. Shell says, new to your channel, but I love your commentary on panels. I thought the girls hated me. I thought I dried up the vaginas. I thought I didn't get no batches. What happened to that?
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Shout out to Shell with the 199 super chat. Yes, this is why I go on panels, to make the other niggas look stupid. I can't believe this is what passes for discourse among 40-year-old black men. Pussy in batches. That's all you niggas talk about. That's all you niggas think about.
The only guarantee I had in life is when I played in spades and I had the big joker, which guaranteed I had at least one book. Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
100%.
Come on, man. You looking for something?
What up,
Go ahead,
guys?
Roxy. What's up, Joey?
Hey,
Go ahead,
y'all.
bro.
My boy.
I just want to know 2 questions. What guarantees do women have, and what more are women asking of men that is outside of the realm of what should be?
Now watch these niggas talk like me for the next 5 minutes.
I don't know. As far as just a respect thing, what more are we asking for?
Okay. I think
What's
I
up,
can
Squeeze
add,
Corner?
I think I might be able to answer that the most respectfully.
Thank you for that, Carmen. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with that clip. I didn't want to just use Fuentes by itself. I wanted to add something extra to it, and I figured, you know, you can't go wrong with America.
I don't know. Hood conservative is kind of hot right now. Number one, in the event of, especially in developed countries, in the event of any disaster, the words women and children first apply to you. In the textbook of any military. There's always shelter set up for women and children. If a man and a woman are in a domestic dispute, the guilt of the man is implied by the police when they get there. There are many jokes that are about it, and many men who have lost their lives over it. In family court, without question, and we have done so many shows on this, there is a huge disparity in female bias that brothers right here, right now, have experienced.
Yes.
Those are the ones I can pull off the dome without Googling.
I understand what you're saying, Uncle Jeff, but even still, I want to say maybe one of those are still a guarantee out of what you just listed just now.
Okay, which one is that?
Which is the shelter for women and children. Because even if, let's say, just in the sense,
yeah, there are very few men's shelters available in the world. Here's how the shelter system kind of sort of works, and from the New York City perspective, I can't speak to the rest of the country, but if you're a woman with children, you get priority. Actually, if you're a woman with children in a DV situation, I think that's the most extreme priority for obvious reasons, right? Then below that, women with children. You might even, if you might be able to get shelter as a family unit. So like as a woman, you go in there and then say, you know, we're homeless, and my boyfriend, baby daddy, he's also homeless with us, and then she can swing you in there as a family. But it kind of has to be led by the woman, right? Now, when it comes to men's shelter, oh my God, you rather go to jail. It's like jail. Honestly, men's shelter is like being with all the bums that get locked up for like vagrancy, get arrested for pissing in public, shit like that. That's who's in the men's shelter. And it's basically a jail.
And that's two. Then that's two.
well, that one, because I was about to say, even in the sense of, like if a disaster happens, it's not necessarily a guarantee. You could have men that will just bombard through. Even in like situations, I know it's a movie, but I'm just going to use the Titanic. You had men that bombarded through.
So what law what rule did they break?
I mean, I'm not saying this to be like they broke a rule or anything.
I am.
Well, hold on.
They did.
Well, okay. Well, hold on.
They broke the rule of women and children first.
I get that, but I'm just saying it still doesn't necessarily determine it as a guarantee. Even with the bias of family courts and everything, that still isn't necessarily a guarantee. A bias is a bias. That's not a guarantee.
But Rogue, see, this is the thing, and what Hood Conservative said is not wrong in the sense of women have certain.
No, notice how when he's in front of his lady friend, Hood Conservative is not wrong. I'm a soft-spoken wisdom nigga. I'm a wise guy. I'm nice to the ladies. Hood Conservative not wrong. You see that as soon as a chick get on a panel, Hood Conservative not wrong. But when I'm in your fucking face, you's a weak nigga. You think like that, you's a weak thinking. Which one is it, bro? Is it Uchiwali or is it One Mic? Niggas be hoes, bro. Niggas got whole spirits, bro. I swear to God, that's a whole spirit right there.
Necessarily a guarantee. A bias is a bias. That's not a guarantee.
But Rogue, see, this is the thing, and what Hood Conservative said is not wrong in the sense of women have certain guarantees that men don't have, and that wasn't the argument that I was making, because what he said in that sense is true. Women have guarantees that men don't have, but what my argument is they are supposed to, because as the fairer, weaker sex, or as we say, in a lot of ways, that's how it's supposed to be. We don't need the same things.
Now that's how it's supposed to be, right? And niggas really believe in this shit. And it's crazy. On the one hand, you will say, well, yeah, they do have pretty much everything in their favor. and say it like it's kind of messed up. And then on the other hand, oh, well, that's how it's supposed to be. Nigga, that's the hoe in you, bro. That's the whole spirit in you trying to break free. Let your inner hoe out, bitch ass nigga. Now, let me show you some other niggas who are fully in touch with their whole spirit.
Sha'Carri Richardson was arrested for domestic abuse, violence in the airport with her boyfriend, Christian Coleman. Charlamagne the God said on the Breakfast Club, though, there's a double standard when it comes to domestic violence with women and men. I think some people think that's a natural thing and understand it. What is the point you think he was trying to make, and like, how do you feel about it?
I think Charlamagne's right. It is a double standard because men shouldn't hit women. We've talked about it a number of times on this show. That's unacceptable. I've actually fought a dude that hit a woman I ain't even know. I ain't know neither of them.
Whole spirit. You fought a dude that hit a woman. You ain't even know nothing about nothing. You just jumped into it like that nigga need to die. You see what I mean about niggas, bro? Niggas would rather kill each other than to actually observe any type of order and discipline. You don't know what that was about.
But I had to put my hands on him because I saw what happened. But also the woman, so to Charlamagne's point, women don't be hitting no men either.
Now, here's the crazy part, and this is what I mean about double standards, that none of these double standards work in our favor. As men, the majority of us probably have had that thought at some point, oh, he beating on her, let me intervene, right? I have done that one time. Let me tell you a fucking story. Let me tell you, this is some shit, boy. You know, I don't even like to get personal, but now we're about to get personal, right? Because, you know, I be on some project shit. I ain't even gonna lie. We in the projects and shit, right? And I hear some drama outside. And I'm not even going like, I at the time I was a little bit of somebody. Just put it that way, right? We're not gonna get into it further than that, but I had a little bit of weight around it. I hear some noise out the window. My cousin, my girl, female cousin, younger than me, little cousin, fighting with her baby daddy. This nigga from the next project over, right? And it's like, you know how it is, like one project next to another. Niggas be beefing because that's the other project over there. That type shit, right? He from the other side. So anyway, her baby daddy, one of them other niggas, he in front of the building and whipping this bitch ass. I don't know why. Don't even care. I go downstairs. I end that shit on sight, bro. Just getting in the middle of it. He not trying to jump at me. And I'm not gonna make it like you gotta fight me, but I ended that shit just being there, right? Like I said, somebody. Now, that same cousin that I stopped her from getting her ass dragged on the concrete, that same cousin is turning around plotting with my baby mama on some fuck that nigga shit. I'm like, oh, whoa, hold up. That shit literally hurt my heart. Cause I just happened to catch I had my baby mother phone one day and I was like, oh, these bitches be talking about me like that? Damn, that shit actually hurt my feelings. Like, damn, I saved this little bitch feelings. I mean, I saved this little bitch face outside. Real shit. Like, I went outside and saved this little bitch. And you plotting with the ops behind my back. Like blood is not thicker than vaginas, apparently. Bro, that shit crazy as hell, man.
Like, don't control your emotions enough that if you're upset, why do you need to slap? I've been kicked in the crotch a number of times. I've been swung on.
And here's the funny thing. See, he willing to go jump in front of a nigga, jump on a nigga that's fighting a bitch or whatever. Now, meanwhile, when a girl kicking you in the crotch, ain't nobody gonna jump in for you, bro. I said that the other day. I am not helping you fight your girlfriend, bro. Listen, it's hard as I talk about certain shit. I'm probably not gonna help you beat up your girlfriend. That is a man's burden as well. You know, that's what niggas got. We don't get double standards. We have burdens. All right, that's just the way that shit is.
But that's not acceptable. So when I get slapped or kicked in the crotch, I didn't go and retaliate against that woman because I don't believe in that.
Right.
I'll fight a grown man. But women don't hit men either. So you do not want to get hit.
What's to stop them, though? That's kind of the problem. And this is what I mean about double standards, and niggas just be locked into a mental rut about this shit. So if you're willing to fight your fellow man, are you willing to fight one of your bros randomly? What's gonna stop them from putting their hands on a man then? And now listen, I'm not saying that you gotta go out. We're not forming up lynch mobs to go run down on women. Nobody's gonna put together a posse or nothing stupid like that. But it's just a simple question. If men are only willing to check men, then what's to stop women from all the shit that you say? Well, that's just not good anyway. Because at this point, if you're not willing to actually do anything about it, then it's lip service, bro. It's just lip service. If there's nothing to actually stop them, then they won't stop. And all you're doing is talking, trying to make yourself look good. I'm tired of trying to look good.
Don't get hit. I tell my kids all the time, don't touch people. If it's not in a pleasant hug or a gentle, nice way, don't touch anybody else, because that's going to result in something negative. So yeah, men should not hit women flat out. It pisses me off. Women should not hit men flat out. That pisses me off. So just keep your hands to yourself. That's what I would say. Keep your hands to yourself.
I have a question. Do you think the amount of time?
No, the simple solution is a man should be allowed to defend himself, even against a woman. I know it looks crazy. It sounds crazy. You know what? A while ago, I played on a video. We played this. This went viral. I think a couple other channels had this video. A dude is like, they out at a park or something like that. And he like getting pressed by a bunch of chicks, bro. It's like this one fat chick and a couple other chicks, and they all pressing him, pushing on him stuff. Next thing you know, they start digging in his pockets. Like they really pressed him and was running in his pockets, bro. They digging in the nigga pockets, and the only way he could make it stop is he started hooking off, dropping them broads. And that's when niggas thought, oh, whoa, hey, whoa, what are you doing? Bro, it wasn't going to stop until he made it stop. And now he's the bad guy, and he has to carry that burden. Nothing but burdens for men. That's all we get, bro. Just a list of burdens. Just one burden after another.
Times you've been kicked in the crotch or slapped is about women or is about your behavior?
It was a reaction to something I did.
Yeah.
But I still shouldn't got kicked in the goodies. Think about that. If I upset you in a relationship, there's no reason to kick me in the goodies. Like, be mad at me, yell at me, I deal with that. We could text, write letters, we could send telegrams, whatever. Like, we could talk this out, but there's no reason to touch me.
What do you think about what Charlamagne said?
You know, I just want to commend Christian first and foremost, you know, for showing some, you know, some restraint and, you know, not responding and hitting her back.
Why does that make us bigger? Like what? Where did the idea that accepting physical abuse makes you a man? Where did that come from? Who did that to us? I don't think in any other part of the world, in any other context of human interaction, would you try to explain that accepting physical abuse makes you a better man. And here's the killer part. Accepting physical abuse from a lesser physical being, meaning that as a man, generally speaking, the average man can easily dominate the average woman. And so now I have to psychologically and physically be cucked. And for the love of me, I don't know why. I don't know why. Why does that benefit me? And then here's the thing. This is a kicker. This is something I really learned about just basic human interaction. This is why I say it this way on panels. I don't necessarily want to, but the last thing I ever want is for the women to think I would never. And it's a weird gray area, but I think it serves a purpose in the woman's mind. How can she respect a man who will take her abuse? I don't know if that really works well for the female mind. And it's not that she'll like just leave you right away or something. No, she might stay forever and you'll just be her little pet. I've seen that type of dynamic with men and women, black men and women, where she's just a raving bitch 24/7. And this nigga go to work, come home, put his headphones on and play the PlayStation all day. Try to drown out the pain and shit. Like, bro, no, we're not. I'm not.
Takes a lot, oftentimes for someone to respond, in that fashion. So first and foremost, shout out to him, man, for just being a stand-up person. On the other side, I believe fame shouldn't allow you to be able to go out there and be flawed. No reason for that young lady to hit on him under any circumstances. And not even that, as popular as she is and as good as she's done in her comeback to kind of retain some, of her identity after the failed weed thing from a few years ago, she was on track to, go back and show the world who she is. And then this little incident kind of set her back a little bit, and if you're going to have
what's so crazy? Niggas is worried about Sha'Carri and not they brother that got to deal with this. Like, and I'm using brother loosely, right? Because, all men are brothers in that sense, right? But it's crazy how we worry more about, and this is very typical of like black folks' perspective on black crime. You respect the nigga that got shot. I respect the shooter, right? These niggas respect the shooter. Sha'Carri is basically the shooter, and they giving they prop. They like, damn, son, I know my shooter's about to take a L. That's crazy, dog. Free my nigga. Free my nigga. Like, y'all, bro, this is your whole spirit. This is what I mean about your whole spirit, bro. You have a sexy red whole spirit in you, and you really can't make sense of how things should work because you're a hoe, and hoes don't understand rules and order and the way it needs to be.
That you can't do it out in public. I mean, she basically let the entire world into their, relationship in that one moment, and she expressed remorse and
see, would you talk like that in defense of your brother, bro? Like, we brought up Ray Rice the other day talking about this shit, right? Who said that on Ray Rice's behalf? And Ray Rice was literally defending himself against his woman, right? She was literally beating on him in the elevator. One hard hook, and now that nigga's the wife beater forever, right? Would you actually say that in defense of your brother? That we can't let this one incident make us look at him like he's so bad, right? Niggas never talk like that about their brother. You only want to extend that grace to your fellow hoes, bro, because you got the whole spirit. We in church tonight, man. We are cleansing niggas of their whole spirit. Doing goddamn exorcisms out this bitch. We doing a hostercism. Get rid of that whole spirit. If you got that whole spirit in your heart, cast that bitch out right now, bro. We doing a hostercism in this house tonight.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. I come in the name of Jesus. Repeat it after me, bitch. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
Let that inner bitch out, bro. Let that inner bitch be free.
She was apologetic and all of that. That's cool, but it was too late. The damage was always done, and people are gonna always see you and paint you in this light for what they saw right there on the video. So the big part is,
yeah, that dead man drag was funny though. That was a bad look, Ray. That was a bad look. What were you supposed to dead man drag her, or just leave her like slumped in a corner and try to tap her face gently, like, hey babe, wake up, because the drag only made it worse. I think he got dragged because of the drag. Honestly, the drag kind of made it look like he was about to bury a body or something, bro. It looked really bad. It did look bad, but it wasn't as bad as it looked, and that's kind of the point of it all. Like, niggas really be doing the most, and then when the situation is reversed, you like, well, don't let this look bad on her. She deserves a second chance. Like, bro, come on, man. Can we give everybody grace?
Again, Charlemagne's right. It is a double standard. Under any circumstances, no one should put hands on anyone. Male hitting the woman hitting the man, under any circumstances, that should not be allowed. So, but more importantly, man, shout out to Christian for just handling that thing like a man should have. You should never, ever, ever hit a woman.
Yeah, Charlemagne saying that it's a double standard.
Why should you not, though? Why should you not? There was this one time where one of my cousins, a girl, was trying to stab one of my other cousins, a man, with a knife. And so I was in the middle because I'm like, yo, stop, chill, blah, blah, blah. But this fat bitch was like backing up toward like weapons and shit. And so when she could get a knife in her hand, she immediately started coming forward with like the knife raised on some type shit. And I had to take the knife. I had to disarm this bitch, bro. I had to disarm her. But you should never hit a woman. Yeah, I've been through things. I've seen things. I understand domestic combat. I know what goes down in the kitchen, bro.
In domestic violence from women to men is true, and it should be. Just throughout history, men are freaking awful. You know, like it was.
No, men are amazing. Men are amazing. If men were that awful, women would be chained up on some Handmaid's Tale shit. Like if men were that awful, we will be living in an American Christian Handmaid's Tale culture. Which technically, I don't even know if that would make us awful. That might even make us more awesome. That might make us our most awesomest if we could do that shit. I don't know. But men are awesome though, because like all the power that men have over women, we just like to give you things and see you be happy. You know, go and bend over a little bit. That's all I need right now. You know, we are really awesome like that. We actually don't demand all that much of you. Women, on the other hand, oh my God, I'm not even gonna say.
The whole big thing back in the day, would a woman take a bear or be on the street with?
And in lasers, I'm confused, bro. What does this super chat mean? Run this back at me. You said y'all cheat for real. Info, sorry, not sorry. Like, I'm lost about that whole comment. Like the syntax is killing me right now. The logic processor in my brain is about to fry right now, but appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, bro.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
With a man that they don't know. That's not because they want to portray men as a certain thing. It's because men have been a certain thing. It's also because of the level of physicality between the two genders, right? Now, it doesn't make it okay for a woman to hit a man. It doesn't make that something that we should allow to happen, but there is a difference in the things. I can see the difference. I know why.
Oh, well, I guess I'm forced to agree. He says, I'm saying everyone should give you money, nibba. Well, duh.
Come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
Appreciate that, though. Thank you.
There's a difference. And when you think about Sha'Carri Richardson and Christian Coleman, largely Black women protect Black men. Black women protect our culture. Largely, that's something that Black women want spoken about, that we praise them for.
I don't know how true that is. And see, this is where like I keep forgetting this guy's name, but him and Uncle Jeff come from a similar position when they say things like that, right? Like their starting point is, I love Black women, and regardless of whatever obvious flaws that may be on the table for discussion, I do not want to go out of my way to say something that may unnecessarily offend a Black woman, right? And so that weird thing of like, I want to maybe be honest, but I'm trying my best to not be offensive, that is a handcuff. That is a shackle, my brother. You are shackled. This is no different from a scene in Roots right now. You are shackled, my brother. Your name is Kunta. All right, that bitch said your name was Toby. Your name is Kunta, my brother. You are Kunta Kinte. You are not Toby.
But there are these situations as well that do become aggressive, that do become violent. They are not without fault. But what Sha'Carri Richardson has to think of, and any
Yeah, somebody definitely should throw a dildo across his stream while he's live streaming. That would actually be funny as hell. Should just go right behind the back of his head right now.
Black woman that puts a black man in that position is what could be the next step for him.
Right.
In a world that doesn't value him, with authority figures who have had run-ins with unarmed black men that turn violent, you've now put him in a bad situation. And I think those are the thought processes that sometimes.
Right. Remember, not only did she beat on him, and we keep saying beat, it wasn't that bad. She just pushed him a couple times, honestly. Like the whole the whole DV charge against Sha'Carri is actually light as hell. That shit mild. Like if you was out in public with your girl and y'all was playing with each other like that, like you're not supposed to go to jail for that kind of thing. Like I haven't even said that the whole time. Like, we've been kind of picking at Sha'Carri because it's almost not even about her. This is about the bigger picture of it all. But yeah, that shit was type light though. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna act like she was really, really crazy that day. I have seen worse. Like literally, I'm telling you the stories, right? I have seen worse. Like she was just, being a little bit extra, honestly.
Times when you're young.
But she tried to get that nigga locked up though. That was what was messed up about it. She really did try to get that nigga locked up. Like she was like, I'm in an abusive relationship. I have proof that I've been abused. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. That is nasty work, man. It's a cold world out here.
Young and you're immature, you don't process in the right way, whether it's the initial action or it's the second half of it where you're pleading with the police officers and saying his name in those ways and now involving him in the second tier of it. And so like the thing for me would be protect one another.
Right.
Both Christian Coleman, who did the right thing. You could tell he wasn't taught that you don't just retaliate or you don't retaliate. He was taught that you protect. He was taught that
even as you're being abused, you protect. You see what I mean by shackles, bro? Your name is Kunta. You are not supposed to be living like this. You are a proud black man. You're not supposed to be getting chihuahua bullied by a little tiny girlfriend. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
that you keep your hands to yourself. He was taught that you love and that you support and you respect. And
then what are the women taught? Like, think about this, right? What are we teaching the women, the girls rather? And this is a question that's kind of been on the back of my mind for a while. Because like I have a daughter, I have a son, and I have a youngest daughter, right? So my son is literally in the middle of his two sisters. And in a lot of ways, you know, I tell them, I talk to them, we're all together, so they all might hear the same things, even though I'm saying it to one of them. But there is some subtle advice. There's some subtle differences in what I would tell my daughters versus what I would tell my son, right? Because like you want your kids to be successful and all of that shit and everything, right? So hard work, discipline, all that. But when it comes particularly to gender dynamics, family dynamics, and all, I'm about to drop my daughter off to college for the first time. Like my oldest girl, she's going off to college and gonna finally get that speech I've been writing for the last 18 years. I'm gonna get it off. I'm gonna get it off, right? And so while I'm having this conversation with her, not a speech, honestly, but while I'm talking to my daughter, like I realized that this is none of the type of things I would be saying to my son about relationships, right? The advice I give her is going to be different from the advice I give him. You know why? Because I want her to be able to work with a man. And for my son, I want my son to be able to understand what it is to actually have to deal with a woman. These are two completely different mindsets, mind you. Like I tell my son right now at this, listen, look, girls just be doing stuff sometimes. It really do be that simple. They kind of crazy like that. It is what it is, right? They just be doing shit.
Retaliate or you don't retaliate. He was taught that you protect. He was taught that you keep your hands to yourself. He was taught that you love and that you support and you respect. And because of him, I believe this situation was able to be de-escalated. But for her, she has to be smarter, man. And though there's a double standard, that doesn't mean it's okay.
And see, what I take issue with ending the conversation right there is, well, it just doesn't mean it's okay. Of course it's not okay. It's not okay, but now what? Like, it's not okay, but then what? Because what we've effectively done is left men in a scenario where they have no good moves. Like, you better hope the police come save you, which is even more emasculating for the man in that scenario. Because look. Back to these niggas. They just said that, you know, we all expect that a man is supposed to be able to protect himself, take care of himself, right? But now if it's your chick putting her hands on you, suddenly, hey, don't protect yourself too hard. Don't take care of yourself too much, or otherwise we might have to get involved, right? It's a weird thing where you left men in this kind of frozen, you don't have any real good options type of situation where I don't want to be frozen like that. I just do not want to be disarmed. Unilateral disarmament is not what we're up to, bro. Shout out to the Midwest request with the with the 99-cent super chat. Every dollar counts. I don't even think they let you donate a penny, but every dollar counts, goddammit. And then hold on, I think I've seen another one. A bathing soul with the $4.99. Thank y'all so much for coming through. I know I'm just kind of talking, getting some stuff off my chest tonight. We ain't even going through a lot of typical content like I usually do. We'll do that another night. We'll come back to that maybe tomorrow or something. But for now,
come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
We don't have the same, we're not set up the same way. So it's crazy to me that men on one side say women aren't this and women aren't that, but then on another side they want the same guarantees and the same privileges as women. That doesn't make sense. Now, do I believe it's a little too extreme right now? Hell yeah, especially when it comes to the family court and the courts. Yes, I could agree with that. At the same time, I would never want a guarantee as a man. Like, because a guarantee,
you know, not just family court and court, but here's another quote guarantee. And this is, you know, air quote, right? It's not so much of a guarantee, but an expectation. When it comes to hiring, a woman is a minority and a black woman is a double minority. And so when it comes to getting into school, getting into government jobs, you're going to get in more often than the men. You're going to win over the men more often than not. And so now you start to see these disparities playing out in the workplace where there are women doing all kinds of jobs now. And it's not an issue of that they shouldn't, but I know for a fact what we had to do to make that possible. We had to reorder society. We had to change how we do things.
Guess what a guarantee means? It means that somebody else is looking out for you and taking care of you. It means that you are giving up your autonomy in order for someone else to make the rules and to be able to protect you and protect you under their covering. So as a man, I don't want to be under nobody else's covering. I got my own covering. I got my own back. I got my own. Like, I'm not trying to be taken care of and guaranteed for nothing to go down for me. That's weird.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead, D-Rock. Hold on, Joey. Go ahead, D-Rock. And then
hold on, just real quick. That's the thing that stops a lot of people from working a regular 9 to 5 to doing their own thing. That fear right there. You know what I'm saying? That guaranteed check. Oh, I need that guaranteed check. That guaranteed check. They scared of, because being out here trying to get it on your own don't mean it's going to be a guaranteed check.
Now, mind you, the majority of people in the workforce, the majority of people in the country are in the workforce, which means a guaranteed check. Most people are looking for a situation where they're not expected to just take an L after an L after an L after an L. Like, that's crazy to think you should just want that. Like, keep rolling the loaded dice, right? Keep playing the rigged game. Keep giving the mafia all your money.
That's right.
So,
and honestly, that separates the winners from the losers, to be honest.
And you know what? That's kind of what I keep hearing. Freeman's Journal. I'm really talking about just the state of affairs. It's not even me trying to pick on any individual woman. That's not me saying women are bad or anything like that. This is just how the natural rules between men and women are as per our legal and policy system, right? And because he doesn't have the capacity to swim in those waters, he reverts to positioning for the hoes. This is effectively peacocking. The nigga is peacocking. He's a peacock.
Demand
real.
Looking for a guarantee separate. And I'm not trying to be mean or rude, but I'm just keeping it honest. That is a loser's mentality. Looks for a guarantee. A winner doesn't look for guarantees. They make their own circumstances. Go ahead, Joey. What say you?
No balls, no blue chips.
No guts, no glory. No risk, no reward. It's a whole bunch of cliche sayings that we could go. Hold on, conservative. It's Joey's turn. Go ahead, Joey.
I actually want to holler at Hood Conservative real quick. Hey, Hood, you know about the term "offer your way through it"? I know you've been hearing that around the space.
Yeah.
Like, that's basically where you coming from. Like, you against that, where everybody be like, "Oh, just pull yourself up by the bootstraps, get over that, get over it, nigga." That's basically what you're saying.
It's funny. If we was having a race conversation, these niggas don't believe in bootstraps, but they believe in bootstraps in this conversation. It's weird.
Hey, wait, well, hold on.
That's not my argument.
Wait, hold on. That's never been my argument. I believe that you should listen. I don't want to hand out for no white people. I want to be able to go and get my own. I just don't want them in my way. What you talking about? That's crazy. Like, yo, I believe that's one of the things that makes America great, that you can pull yourself up out of bootstraps. See, the problem is y'all be taking arguments from other places and trying to apply them to conversations with me, and it doesn't apply.
I want to address the thing earlier though. Somebody was kind of comparing, rightfully, the working world versus the entrepreneurial world. Most people aren't cut out to be entrepreneurs, and most men actually do get a guaranteed paycheck. And I'm not saying that, in a romantic scenario, the idea of a guaranteed paycheck is kind of crazy, right?
Now pay attention, right? Because Carmen, you said it out, or you said it perfectly. They were trying to act like I'm making an argument to be some kind of kept man by a woman. Like, no, I never argue anything like that, right? And here I am making it plain that that's not what I'm asking for, like some kind of like relationship guarantee. I'm not quite going there. I'm just making a other kind of point.
Men actually do get a guaranteed paycheck. And I'm not saying that, in a romantic scenario, the idea of a guaranteed paycheck is kind of crazy, right? But that's literally what women have. Like, so the state can force you to, still act as a husband. Can't force her to be your wife. Guarantees are weird.
Okay, so this is where my issue with all that is, because the way I'm hearing it is women have no struggle. Women have, because we have whatever covering and whatever protection that you think that every woman has, that's not the case, for one.
Now, mind you, I fully understand that, girl brain, right? She may hear things different from what I said, because now she's hearing women have no struggle, which is not what was actually debated. Nobody ever said women don't have struggles. Women have struggles. Women have struggles that are unique to women. And hell, I don't even understand all of that shit, right? But I know it exists. I know it's real. I know women have little wars and battles in girl world that I don't even want to talk about. I don't want to know about it. But that's not what's going on here. But, bless your heart, baby.
Hearing it is women have no struggle. Women have, because we have whatever covering and whatever protection that you think that every woman has, that's not the case, for one. And two, women still have to go out there and get it just like men in this day and age. Most family households have both people working, if they are even together. Most situations are going to be like I said, there's no guarantee for most women either, because
Yo, Joe Cavassier, thank you for pointing out. I literally did a show titled Women Go Through Stuff. And what did we say that whole night? Joe, what did we say that whole night while we were watching women go through stuff? We listen and we don't judge. These niggas don't know me. That's really what it is. They don't know all the great works we've done over here.
God forbid, a woman who does have a husband who's doing all that, he ups and dies. He ups and leaves. So again, women out here aren't just so protected. Women out here aren't just so like struggle free, and that bothers me, that men really just sit here and think because of whatever women have asked for in the past, whatever we are continuing to ask for, that y'all just think we're out here without any care in the world or hair in the wind and all that, when that's not the case for the average woman.
Now, the funny thing about, that show Women Go Through Stuff, a lot of those situations were self-created. Which is to say, and this is relatively true for men and women, when it comes to just operating in the world as an individual, as a citizen of America, for the most part, we get ourselves into trouble, right? We do things we shouldn't do. We make bad decisions. We give in to our internal weaknesses or whatever. What I'm really trying to say is that for the most part, there's no invisible, like white supremacy or whatever. There's no invisible white guy plotting against your life in particular. So for the most part, we make our own messes, right? As men and as women, for the most part, we ruin our own lives. And so when I'm playing that show about women go through stuff, even on that angle, that men weren't just doing that to women, right? Men were not doing that. At no point in that show was it Jermaine's fault, right? Sometimes, listen, you're a free, adult, responsible woman, and you fucked up, and so now we're gonna talk about you. It is what it is.
It's two sides of the same coin. Because if you listen to the other side, I hear a bunch of women that got penis envy. They be like, oh, these men, y'all got it easy out here. Y'all can just do what y'all want. Then you got the men over there saying, oh, no, y'all women, like, it's the same thing. It's going around and around. And it's like, no.
Correction, women put themselves through stuff. I will accept your correction, Red Illusion. I'm big enough to accept correction from time to time. I think that's probably a better perspective. Women put themselves through stuff. That's what we learned watching the show the other night. Women, they were putting themselves through stuff over and over again, and it was actually kind of sad.
All dealing with the same struggle damn near. Like the average person is going through the same situation as your ass going through.
Even Kim just pointed out, I didn't get alimony during my divorce. That wasn't the case. North Carolina's a default divorce state.
Why not though? I'm sure some reasons why, but like that's not going to be everybody's story. But that doesn't deny the fact that there's a system set up for you,
right? And to be in your favor, because I
mean,
agree
most states
with
aren't really doing the alimony like that.
Here it is again. I agree with Hoodservative, and this is what I mean. Like you maybe you're not. I don't know. I still stand by it. You're actually stupid. I'm not going to back off that point. I believe you are not a smart man. But that being said, you're also peacocking, which is also low IQ, dumb nigga behavior. But if you agree with me so much, because now this is like the second or third time you said that shit after you act like I was on some weak nigga shit. What was all of that weak nigga shit about? Like, yeah, bro, all I said was that the double standards don't benefit men. I asked you to provide a double standard that benefits men, and you niggas started host-splaining on some bullshit. And now here you are caking for the hoes because you got hoe spirit. If you got hoe in your heart, let it out.
Roxy, I want to be honest. I agree with Hoodservative when he says that a lot of the laws and a lot of the things are set up to favor women, because that is true, right? That's not a lie, right? That's true. However, the point that I'm making is I just never known a man to want a guarantee. Like I was always taught a soldier, shit. Like they used to have a term called burn, the bridges and burn the boats, right? So the truly illest, the truly toughest, the truly most bounded generals and warriors would burn the boats or burn the bridges behind them. So the only thing they could do is go forward.
I don't even think he understands the historical context of such a thing. One, burning your boats on, like if you're on an expedition and you burn your boats, that almost never happens. Now, I'm not saying it never happened, because it actually has happened in one or two really famous incidents, and that's why a nigga like Izzy can probably touch on that, because he's not that smart, and he probably heard a story a long time ago that kind of sounds like a point he wants to make right now. But no, burning boats doesn't help you in your argument right now.
So burn the bridges behind them. So the only thing they could do is go forward. So the only thing they could do is win or die, right? And so
win or die. Is that really the position you want to take when we're talking about like domestic relationships and family? Win or die? Should I kill a bitch? Like, what do you mean, Izzy?
So I come from a lineage of that. Either win or die. Like at the end of the day, what is guaranteed? My next breath is not guaranteed. I've always known that. I'm not guaranteed to.
You know, Freeman's Journal, that is a great point. Niggas don't think deeper than axioms, but can't spell axiom. You know, I really don't listen to rap as much as I used to. And I don't miss it, really. I don't miss it as like I thought I might have, but it's actually better this way. And I realized that rap, when you're a rap fan and when you just think about rap all day long, you got rappers on your mind, you fill your mind with pointless cliches, endless linguistic flares that don't actually amount to much. And so now you effectively have a head full of one-line cliches and no deep thoughts. And so when you said niggas don't think deeper than axioms, I immediately went to hip hop, because I remember having that in my mind. Like I had bars in my mind, but bars are not deep thoughts, bro. So I had to remove the bars and start to think deeply. And you know what I realized when I started to think deeply? I was wrong about a lot of things. I swear to God, I was so wrong about so many things. This is what happens when deep thought hits you. It's literally a Plato's cave moment. And so I left niggas behind.
To live, I'm not guaranteed to live after I get off this stream. Like I just don't understand that, right? So
but who are we at war with? That is a dire scenario, bro.
Yeah. See, but this is what I'm saying, and this is why I have a.
I mean, Joe, I'm not gonna say that no profound things have never been said in hip hop, but the vast majority of bars are throwaway, empty, nothing. All right, all these niggas ain't Nas at his best. You know what I'm saying? The majority of these niggas are not Shakespearean.
A problem with that thought process. I don't mean to disrespect you, but I'm not gonna lie to you. When I hear you speak like that, it makes my nuts itch and my skin crawl. Because it's like, to me, like, yo, we are in a dire situation like that. Yo, that's it. We struggled in this mug to get here. And
my voice shouldn't be causing no reaction in your nuts, Izzy. You need to get that.
It's not your voice. It's your mentality.
I think Izzy has some kind of testicular issue. I don't know why he'd be talking about his nuts just so randomly like that. Strange.
It's not your voice. It's your mentality. It's the fact that you are making excuses instead of looking to make results. You're looking for every reason why you can't, instead of understanding that you can, and you, if you want to. And my thing is, instead of complaining about why things are instead of complaining about how things are. Make it how you want it to be. Shout out to Zone 864 TV. What's up, man?
You know what's funny? All I did was point out how it is. And you got upset with me in the conversation. All this, you a weak man, you weak.
Carmen, that nigga volunteered some information about his itchy nuts. Like, don't tell me, tell a doctor. If your nuts keep itching for 48 hours or longer, you should consult a medical professional, bro. Don't that shit weird. I don't understand what's wrong with niggas. Niggas be going through shit. I can't help you with shit like that.
You got upset with me for simply pointing it out. So now don't backtrack like they're wise and reasonable.
I'm not. No, hold on.
You fucking feelings hurt. Your feelings got hurt for no reason, bro.
Well, hold on. My feelings are not hurt. That's where you got to twist it. At the same time, it is weak. You are weak. You have a weak man mentality, and I'm letting you know. I'm not mad at you. I'm not. How can I be mad at you because you're weak?
And that's what's so crazy, bro. Like, all I ask you to do is point out a double standard that benefits men, and the nigga really couldn't he couldn't answer the question at all. He really didn't take a good shot at it. I forgot what stupid shit he said, but after he said some stupid shit, he just is like, "Oh, you weak." I'm like, bro, come on. You see, I don't even really want to have to relate with you like that because, like, we were just having a conversation. But niggas, you know, peacock niggas, bro, they always gotta flap their feathers off.
Man, like, you being a weak nigga, time out. You being a weak nigga has absolutely nothing to do with me, and I never conceded off of that fact. I think you're a weak ass nigga. I think that you have a weak mentality. I think that you have a weak constitution, and you would, if we was going to war, I would never want a nigga like you nowhere near me.
Damn,
because you pussy, like straight up and straight down, like straight up. Like, I'm not mad at you. Hold on, no.
See, I think he was mad from the last time we was talking about him. I think that nigga been mad for a week now, bro. Because you know the funny thing is, the nigga tried to hold me accountable, and he put my name in the title, like he added me or whatever. So I saw it pop up, and then I went on his show, and I was 10 toes down, and that shit didn't go like he wanted it to go, Izzy. You had to change, you had to edit the game tape, Izzy. You had to cut out the parts that you ain't want people to see, Izzy. And you've been mad for days, bro. You've been in your feelings for days, bro. Get out your feelings. I said you was a player in the game, bro. Play the game. Don't cry.
No. I'm not mad at you.
Nigga, your feelings hurt, bro.
I'm muting you. I'm not mad at you.
You are fucking mad.
I'm not mad.
You a hoe, bro.
I'm not. You a hoe? Okay.
A hoe,
nigga, bro.
A hoe. You a hoe. You probably wash up in the sink. You take hoe baths. You a hoe, nigga.
Stop that shit, bro. Nigga try to talk to you. Look how you act, bro. Now your feelings hurt. You want to be the only one saying bad word? Now I'm feminine. You fucking hurt me. Did I stutter, nigga? Did I fucking stutter?
You heard me. Did I fucking stutter? You are a hoe. A whore. A whore.
Yo, I just want to finish saying what I was saying, and then you can retort. But yo, at the
nigga,
end of the
I
day,
want to finish talking too. Fuck.
Okay, but
these are rules for everybody, your rules for nobody.
Hold on. What I'm saying, yo, nigga. See, this is the problem with you pussy ass niggas, right? You don't understand that you.
See, the nigga want to start a fight and then be like, you don't understand that we're not fighting. Nah, nigga, listen, I was talking to you like a regular dude. It was a conversation. You found yourself in some intellectually uncomfortable territory, and now you want to fight like a little girl, bro. We was chilling. We was cool. Now you want to be, oh, you're a weak man. You're weak, blah, 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 blah. Bro, stop that shit, bro. That's whole shit.
You can't come in another man's house, a strong man's house, and tell that man anything. You can't tell me about nothing about how to run my house. So at the end of the day, if I'm trying to mute you and I'm telling you, give me a chance to get my rocks off, then you do that. Or either you can leave.
Did you hear that, though? Get my rocks off. So in his mind, talking to you reckless like a woman is getting his rocks off. And so when I say to you, brothers and sisters, when I say to you, YouTube listeners, when I say to you, Izzy Band fan listeners who are out there secretly ghost watching, that is what the whole spirit is. Getting your rocks off, saying fly words. Oh, I said something crazy. I talked to you wild, because that is what hoes do. That is an estrogenated response, bro. You need to go see a doctor. You should take testosterone pills. Getting your rocks off by talking like a woman.
Everybody's story, but that doesn't.
Generals and what could do that. I'm not guaranteed to listen. It's not your voice. It's the Zone 864 GB. What's up, man?
You know what's funny? All I did was point out how it is. And you got upset with me in the conversation, all this, you a weak man, you weak, blah, blah, blah. You got upset with me for simply pointing it out. So now don't backtrack like you're wise and reasonable.
I'm not, no, hold on.
You fucking feelings hurt. Your feelings got hurt. No. Bro.
Well, hold on, my feelings.
Yes, estrogenated. You know we be making words up, bro. He has been estrogenated. He was inseminated with estrogen.
No, my feelings are not hurt. That's where you got it twisted. At the same time, it is weak. You are weak. You have a weak man mentality. And I'm letting you know I'm not mad at you. I'm not. How can I be mad at you because you're a weak man? Like, you being a weak nigga, time out. You being a weak nigga has absolutely nothing to do with me. And I never conceded off of that fact. I think you're a weak ass nigga. I think that you have a weak mentality. I think that you have a weak constitution. And you would, if we was going to war, I would never want a nigga like you nowhere near me.
Damn.
Because you pussy, like straight up and straight down, like straight up. Like, I'm not mad at you. Hold on, no. I'm not mad at you.
Nigga, your feelings hurt, bro.
I'm muting you. I'm not mad at you.
You are fucking mad.
I'm not mad.
You a hoe, bro.
I'm not. You a hoe? Okay.
Feminine ass nigga, bro. Stop that shit, bro. Nigga try to talk to you. Look how you act, bro. Now your feelings hurt. You want to be the only one saying bad word? Now I'm feminine. You fucking hurt me. Did I stutter, nigga? Did I fucking stutter?
Yo, I just want to finish saying what I was saying, and then you can retort. But yo, at the
end of the day, I want to finish talking too. Fuck.
Okay, but yo, this is the house, a strong man's house, and tell that man anything. You can't tell me about nothing about how to run my house. So at the end of the day, if I'm trying to mute you and I'm telling you, give me a chance to get my rocks off, then you do that. Or either you can leave. Like, I'm not going to go in your house and tell you shit, even though you pussy, even though.
Now, mind you, everybody here is an adult, right? We're all over 40. You know, we got kids that are growing or damn near grown and all that, right? And all he has no point, he has no argument, no deep thoughts, no unique observations, no interesting take on the world, no unique self-made philosophies. Let me get my rocks off. That's all. Let me get my rocks off. Niggas e-banging, bro. I like that word. Niggas digi-gangsters, bro.
Oh, you weak as hell. Even though you make us look bad. I'm not going to go in your house and tell you shit. But don't get mad at me, nigga. Somebody else should have told you. I'm not mad at all. I'm just telling you the truth. That's it. As I see it. Any man that's sitting there crying and complaining, oh, but the women have it like this, and all the women, y'all make us all look bad, because I be wondering why they be coming at us like, oh, all men want to be women, and all men be complaining. I'm like, yo, we don't be complaining. What y'all talking about? But I see us niggas like you that make us look weak as shit because you're weak as shit. You don't understand that and I don't have you muted, by the way. You don't understand that as a man that you have to go out and get it. You don't understand that you got to grab your nuts, put the wind behind your back, partner, and go out and get what you need. You want it handed to you. Like,
now, mind you, never, ever, ever said anything that sound like that, bro. At this point, the nigga just lying on my name. Like, bro, like, listen, I'm gonna need you to put some spec on my name, bro. Nigga never said nothing like that.
a little bitch. You want it given to you. Like
When the fuck was that said? When was that ever said?
Queen.
When was that ever said? When was, nigga, when was that ever said? When did I ever say anything about that? I only talked about the law. I only talked about the law. You hear your bitch ass. That's what you hear. You hear your bitch ass life story struggling. Nobody said nothing about no man shit. I said the law is what it is. All you hear is your fucking feelings because you're emotional. You got a vagina under that fitted cap.
Emotional? Nah, nigga. I got a big.
Yeah, you got a whole vagina under your fitted cap. That's why you wear that shit so tight. You don't want that shit flapping off at the mouth. You got a whole pussy up there. Nigga, brain is one giant sucking vagina. Most people have gray matter. This nigga has a pussy.
Emotional. You got a vagina under that fitted cap.
Emotional? Nah, nigga. I got a big dick. And women.
You heard that, right? Why would you say that to me, bro? Why would you say that to me? What is wrong with you, bro? Why would you tell me that?
That nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay.
Bro, why would you tell me that? This is what I mean, bro. 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 Yo, I be pulling these niggas card so ugly, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy how I get these niggas out of their pocket like that, bro. Why are you niggas talking like this, bro? Free-throw. You wasn't even watching earlier. You didn't even know that happened. You're welcome, Free Zone. You're welcome. Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you the exact timestamp because I know you want this for your show. You need this for your show.
Emotional? Nah, nigga. I got a big dick.
4 hours, 58 minutes, 9 seconds, bro. 4:58:09. Bro. What's wrong with these niggas, man? The nigga went from whole spirit to gay spirit. Why would you tell me some shit like that? Nothing about this debate required you to say something like that, bro.
That nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay.
The nigga officially gone, bro. Today is the day, 8/17/2025. Izzy Bands is officially gone. You're welcome. You're all fucking welcome. What is wrong with that nigga? Why would you do that? Why would you say that? Why does your brain go there? Why does your mind work like that? You're a grown man with children. Why does your brain do that? That's crazy that your mind works like that. And you're probably in your mid to late 40s. You should have worked that shit out years ago. What's wrong with you, brother? Brother, are you okay? Are you well, brother? Is everything all right with you, Izzy? Is everything all right in your life? What's going on? Like you need to talk, bro. You need to talk. Like no bullshit. I'm nothing if not a bro. Izzy, do you need to talk? I'm not even gonna hit you with like that Boys Town 800 number. Like, nah, nigga, you need to talk. Like, you can talk to me. I ain't gonna tell nobody any bullshit. I'm not like that, bro. Sometimes niggas be needing to talk, bro. Niggas need to talk sometime. Sometimes niggas be going through shit and they just don't know what to do. Like, why would you do that, bro? That's just crazy. Like, the nigga just came out of nowhere. Like, the fuck? I said you got a pussy under your fitted hat. And the nigga said, I don't even want to repeat it. The nigga crazy, bro. The The nigga really be going through it, bro. I don't even know what to do with some shit. I don't even know what to do with a nigga like that. I'm not even sure I should talk to you. Maybe you should get professional help. I can't help you. I probably can't help you. I'm probably just gonna start calling you a gay nigga. You know what? It's better you don't talk to me. I take it all back. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk. Whatever's going on with you, Izzy, you're gonna have to figure that shit out on your own. See, the other day, the nigga got real offended because we was just joking. None of this shit was in like seriousness, none of this shit was said with deep intent. But we were joking about him getting cussed out by Sexy Red, and we was like, "Oh, I literally said I hope she holds you down and makes you like it, right?" I came at the nigga crazy when I said this shit, right? But now I have to ask, like, Izzy, are you all right, my brother? My brother, are you all right? I'm curious though, because like niggas be like, I don't know what to do with niggas sometimes, bro. I really don't know what to do with niggas, bro. And all I can do is just ask, bro, are you all right? No, grape jokes are funny when a woman does it. That's the Hollywood rule. I don't make these rules up, all right? Grape jokes are funny when a woman is the perpetrator. When a male is the perpetrator, no. I would never do that. No. I would only make those jokes in person, offline. I don't, I'm not going to get caught like that in digital forever. But online, yeah. When a woman does it, it's different. You can laugh because niggas do be getting pegged, bro. Is it even grape if you like it? Is it a crime if you're into it? You know what I mean? Said Amy Schumer can pull it off. I mean, listen, I don't know who can do what. I'm just saying it's different when chicks do it. It's different when chicks do it, right? It's funny when it's the snoo. Oh man, bro. You said Coming to America 2 was about Hakeem's rapist and his wife drinking and laughing together. Yeah, bro. This is what I'm saying. Bro. Like it's not bad when a woman is at the heart of it. And now I'm not dropping a link tonight. Unless it was Izzy himself, I'm not dropping a link tonight because I've been talking on panels all day. I'm good. I'm talked out. My voice actually starting to hurt. My voice is starting to give out. But yeah, which means we're gonna wrap this up in a minute anyway. And I kind of this is actually pretty great timing from my perspective because we're right at the 2-hour mark, and I got right exactly to the point where I wanted to share with the audience. Cause like, bro, nigga, you need to talk to somebody, bro. Because I know, after this part, because if you watch that show, the niggas start talking about like, and a shout out to Dan, who was that came up there right after me? Because the nigga did take the panel not too long after this, and like, bro, we are legion. We are legion, bro. I didn't even realize that, bro. Like, my display on this panel right now, I don't even really remember like who this dude was because he's not like active in our chat. Somebody typed his name in here earlier. Homegirl Shell, who was sending a super chat. Shell mentioned him by name because I forgot exactly his name. But bro, shout out to you, bro. Let me actually. Damn, I don't know if I can even go that far back in the chat. But nah, Shell mentioned his name, and bro came in and was like holding it down for real. Like, bro, y'all niggas is wild. Y'all be up here doing a lot. And I was listening to him. I almost didn't. I was kind of stuck for a moment because I was like, holy shit. Yo, we gang for real. Like I put up the flag and niggas came and started fighting under the flag, bro. That shit kind of touched me for a minute. Like, yo, we really gang out this bitch, man. that shit really kind of touched me for a minute. Like, bro came out on the panel like, bro, nah, y'all up here trying to jump my homie. Like, that shit is not cool. Y'all niggas, while the son came up, started talking about Iz's personal life, put that nigga Iz on the back foot. Yo, that shit was wild, bro. And I was like, whoa, where this nigga come from? Like, bro, we really gang out here. That shit was crazy. Yo, whatever your name is, though, because I forgot your name, but I remember you came on a panel after this shit.
What you hear? You hear your bitch ass life story struggling. Nobody said nothing about no man shit. I said the law is what it is. All you hear is your fucking feelings because you're emotional. You got a vagina under that fitted cap.
Emotional? Nah, nigga. I got a big dick. And women love it.
Oh wow.
So let's don't do that.
Nigga upset this whole crew. Nigga upset his whole house with that shit, bro. Why would you do that? Why are you telling everybody that type of shit, bro? What's going on with you, nigga? You good, bro? You good, son? But bro, nah, I'm trying to see.
Woman is with me, she's winning. If she loses me, she losing. What you mean?
It sound like she lost and you survived. Nobody won.
I'm not.
Is Skis?
Too much power.
Money now.
Was that his name?
Here and cap like you niggas.
And
that's him right there. Yeah, Skis. Yeah, that's his name right there. Shout out to Skis, bro. Skis came up there and was holding it down, bro. That shit was crazy because I don't even really know, bro. I don't think bro be over here like that because I don't think I ever seen him around nowhere before. So it's like a nigga just came out the clouds, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Niggas ain't been planting no flags. Niggas been on some sucker shit. Whatever she say, go type shit. Everything for my lady, nothing for me type shit. That shit all corny, bro. Niggas don't want to do that no more. We tried that. That shit don't work. And that shit don't buy you no respect. I don't even want to hear about love. Fuck love. She can love me. I want to be respected. That's what I want. Goddamn, one more hour. I can't. Even for $4.99, I can't go one more hour. I'll push it a little bit longer, but goddamn it, I ain't gonna give you another hour. Listen, I got a real job. You understand? I've been up all day doing this. I've been working for the people all day, pushing me into OT and shit. Lucky you cute. That's that pretty privilege. I don't even want your money. You just cute. I'll take the money, though. I'll still take the money. I was lying. I'll take the money. But that's what I'm saying, though, bro. Niggas got to plant the flag. Niggas got to stop hoeing, bro. Stop caping for the girls, bro. That shit don't buy you no respect. Shit don't buy nobody nothing. It just keep everything the way it is. And the way it is right now, everybody miserable. All of Black YouTube does relationship content because all you niggas can't get along, bro. Stop that shit. Shout out to my man Skis. We planted a flag, bro. We gang out this bitch.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Women got it. It's atrocious. That's why. Go ahead, D-Rock. Why did you feel the way you felt?
God damn it, Carmen. God damn it. Fucking hell. That's about to go on rate too. God damn it. Oh man. Oh man. That was a good move right there, you did. That was a good move right there. God damn it. Oh man. I don't even have an appropriate clip.
Make it stop. Make the hurt stop, please. Like
Carmen, I'm yours for the next hour. It is 12:44 a.m. 1:44 at the latest. I am not selling anything more than that. All right. I ain't twerking no longer than that. You bought 1 hour of twerk, god damn it. 1 hour of twerk is what you get. I am not selling any more twerk. 1 hour is all I got left.
I'm saying
I don't need a bath. I'm clean. I smell great.
Nah, it's starting to make a whole lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Because, see, women are not going to take a man's leadership if they not doing better than what they can do with the government. And that's what I was saying earlier. It comes down to options. And obviously, y'all don't have the qualifications to pick the type of chicks that have the option to choose you over the system. So you're gonna always be complaining. Like, what can you say to a broad that's getting $1,500 in stamps? And you can't even give her $1,500 in food money. You know what I'm saying? But that's the kind of world we in, because that's the type of world.
Now the other day, somebody was having a conversation. I don't think I got to be a part of it. You know what? That's a great point. We're gonna open up a panel. That's how I'm gonna save my voice, and I'm gonna still twerk for Carmen because she slipped some money in my G-string. Cinnamon Hitler does perform for the people. She paid for Cinnamon Hitler. She gonna get her some Cinnamon Hitler. God damn it.
Hold on, I ain't done yet. That's the type of world that has been created. That's why they complaining about what they get versus what am I doing to become better than them, so I can have the variety that I want.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing I was trying to say. Yeah, somebody was having a conversation about how feminism is kind of, it's worse on the lower classes. And I think that's really, when I was talking to SKC about feminism as class war, that's exactly what I was getting at, right? So like, especially like I said, some project shit, there is no way you can really outbid the government. And so like, let's say you're born poor in a poor neighborhood, you can't outbid what the government will do for the women around you. And so you have to make a lot more money than you would normally make as, one of these guys, right? And I'm not even talking about on some street shit. I mean, legitimately. Now, once you make that kind of money, you're probably not going to want to deal with those women. But if you do, you're going to suffer. But now once you get above that level, you get women who've been assisted, going to college, right? Because there's a lot more programs for women to get money. It's a lot easier for women to get a scholarship, right? Like there are 0 government scholarships for men. For men in particular, 0. For women in particular, a whole bunch, right? You can get private scholarships for dudes in different scenarios, but from a government perspective, none. Now, that's just the way things work. And so it's not going to change though, but that's just how it is out here.
Because the problem is, y'all.
And you can't outbid that, right? And so now you're dealing with women on that level who are educated, empowered. And here's the key, though. Here's the key. At no point was their education encouraging them to be good wives and mothers, right? So now they're educated and empowered, and they're encouraged toward freedom, toward independence, toward I don't need no man. And so even if you're, the right guy, it doesn't leave you in a good spot. All right, we're going to drop that link now.
Yo, I would never want to be a yes man, bro.
You don't supposed to. You damn sure you don't never supposed to be a yes man.
Nobody ain't no yes man. You just
yes man, bro.
Like, you crazy.
There's no way in the world that you don't got your own train of thought, bro.
If it's wrong,
like
they definitely do.
If the shit wrong, trust me, it's wrong. And
you notice the niggas with the craziest shit to say got the most messed up mics and the most messed up backgrounds when they be talking.
Niggas,
it's just insane.
You talking about
we work for a living, bro.
Yo, shout out to Freeman's. Shout out to Clue Studio with the $10 super chat. Good work, Hood. Thank you so much. It's good to know that my efforts out there in Negro land are appreciated. Shout out to Shell earlier in the show. She jumped in and let me know right away that she did appreciate my efforts up there on the Negro land panels. It's good to know that the work does pay off. Shout out to Dylan with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show, guys. The link is in the chat. We are opening up the panel. We are taking all comers. Anything you want to talk about tonight? Well, obviously, we're talking about this mess right here. We're talking about the Negroes in Negro land. And then, of course, big thank you to the one and only, the lovely Carmen Cantrell, sponsor of tonight's overtime effort. I wouldn't have kicked it off if she hadn't have paid for this twerking. She paid for me to twerk for her. She likes that kind of stuff. I don't know. She likes putting money in my G-string, I guess. We're here because of Carmen. Everybody say thank you to Carmen. Hit that like button, guys. The link is in the chat.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
Jay Cavassier says, I will never ask about Cinnamon Hitler. I'm good. You had to be there, Jay. I'm not even going to go back into it. I'm going to take that meme down. It was for like yesterday's show anyway. We just had to bring Cinnamon Hitler to life one good time. But we listen, I be going too far sometimes. I won't even deny. I sometimes go too far with jokes and concepts. You know, in the search for good comedy, you might go too far. And I will acknowledge Cinnamon Hitler was it was a special night for us, bro. Like that, yeah, we were doing a lot that night. Wow. Sometimes I'd be looking at me like, yo, this nigga be tripping. But it was funny though. It was funny as hell. It was all in good fun, but like you had to be there. It's not what you think. I don't know what the hell you think. It can't be what you think because you couldn't even imagine the shit we get up to. Like I have no idea what I be talking about sometimes. Anyway, let me stop running off at the mouth. True Hype, what's going on, man?
Yo. And thank you to the lovely Carmen. Dog, man. The fact that like you talk about the whole G-string thing, I like, man, that's low key, man. Make me not want to give you no more money.
I totally acknowledge sometimes I go too far, bro. My apologies, man. I'm never gonna go there again. We're gonna burn that meme after this.
And it is funny, man. Like going too far from a cat to be like, yo, there's no too far. It is funny.
I know, right? I know. You know, that's the thing about too far. You never know until you actually get there.
Yeah. It's like it'd be like something in a Forrest Gump movie, you know, like a box of chocolates or something like that. You know, not knowing what you're gonna get.
Right. Well, you know, I mean, I do this show with an intent for like just comedy, just to be entertaining, right? Because anybody can play videos, anybody can be mad at girls, right? God forbid I fall into that trap, right? But I actually try to be entertaining. I want to say things that people aren't going to hear somewhere else. I want to say things that are worth donating for. If you pay money to listen to a comedian make you laugh, I would like to give that same kind of performance. Like I don't think I'm a comedian. I've never been on a stage, but I can tell a joke. I can say something you're going to find funny, you know? And so from that perspective, like, listen, sometimes too far is just how you do it.
You know, but you know, there's more to that though. Cause some people got comedic timing, you know what I'm saying? Like, say if you was a sitcom dude, you do better there than like on a stand-up stage or like another scenario. You know, like you're quick and sharp in the moment. You know what I'm saying? So that's good in itself. And there's a lot of people that can't do that. You know, like these dudes can't pivot. I mean, Jeff can, but I think he just didn't understand what you were talking about because he presents a lot better than that most times.
You know, it's so funny. On the show from the other night when I was on the panel when Iz was trying to hold me accountable, it was hilarious because Jeff was like had my back for most of the show, bro. He didn't disagree with me for most of what I was trying to say. And the thing is, like when I'm on these panels and I'm talking to these guys, like I don't come to be the bad guy. I'm not trying to start a fight with nobody. But like honestly, I don't even know why I wound up in this fight with somebody like Iz, because bro, all I said was there is no double standard that benefits men, and somehow that turned into you a weak nigga, bro. And now we wind up here here where he telling everybody what his dick about. Like, ain't nobody asked you about your dick, nigga. I don't know how we wound up at this point at the bottom of the barrel, like literally scraping the barrel. You talking about your dick?
Well, you know exactly how we got here, man. That's how this sector of YouTube kind of operates, man. You don't get no you don't get no women. You know what I'm saying? Like Fatty dealt with it a couple panels ago. You get snub. Like I like it when he says it too. He's like, you get no bitches. Man, that dude's funny, man. He off the
sounds better
chain
in the
too.
Portuguese accent.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
no, Fatty got his own. He got his own approach to it too. But we see similar things. Like niggas just be like saying things, bro. There's no real point to your argument. You just be saying words, bro.
Well, like you said it here on the stream earlier. A lot of people they want to win, right? But they haven't thought through their argument and they don't question themselves. So like they may not even be responding to what you're saying. It's just like an involuntary response almost. Like where they have to win. You know what I'm saying? It's ego investment. There you go.
That's really what it was, and I called him out on that at one point when I was saying like you're making an argument from bravado, like chest beating does nothing. Like you beating your chest just as much as some nigga getting some pussy doesn't change laws and policies about how men and women relate to one another. And so like it's all bravado. It's like some alpha your way through it type bullshit, you know?
Even the point that was made, I think on a panel where somebody said something about like, oh well, you can't give this woman $200 of food, but she can get stamps. I'm like, well, if we're all paying taxes or whatever, that's bad. That's bad for the market. How the hell is the market supposed to adjust correctly?
Right. He was kind of making my point where like, you know, the game is just rigged, bro. And so and my point isn't to like bitch and complain. I never say just stay in your basement and don't do nothing. Like for God's sake, I gotta get up every day and grind it out. All I do is grind and YouTube, right? Because I'm trying to make money and pay bills. I got goals to achieve and shit. And the game is rigged at the same time. And so the argument is never to just sit there and complain about the game being rigged, but you niggas be talking all of this I'm him type shit. Like the vast majority of the average men cannot possibly be him. It's stupid. It's just dumb. And so stop trying to convince niggas that that's somehow the way. No, bro. The game is rigged. And niggas gonna, you know what? It's funny. Angry Man came on a panel. And I asked Angry Man a question because he made a comment about dudes don't really have a purpose outside of women. And then I had to stop him right there. I'm like, well, no, he made a comment about finding a purpose outside of women. And I said to Angry Man, I'm like, well, do you think that dudes actually have that? Because from what I'm hearing, niggas are content with the endless box hunt. Like niggas are content to just be on a hunt for box forever as if that is your life purpose. And I'm like, bro, no, I'm more than that. And maybe it's because I don't know. I've fucked my fill, as I like to say. So the box hunt doesn't just excite me endlessly like it might have when I was 20 years old and I ain't have no kids and no life and no responsibility. But like now, all I hear from niggas that's in their 40s is when niggas make that I'm him argument, what you're really saying is I'm on the endless box hunt and I'm him. Like that don't mean nothing anymore, bro.
Yo, it's crazy. It didn't mean nothing back then, but you see that the problem is that most people didn't mature past, like, you know what I'm saying? Like what some people say, they say the level of immaturity or whatever, the maturation process didn't happen like properly. So you're supposed to move past these stages, right? Some people never like went like on the box hunt. You know what I'm saying? But how many mugs like would just be like, you know what I'm saying, like captains of the industry if all they did was hunt box? You know what I'm saying? It's very few and far between. You know what I'm saying? So it proves okay, you have this mastery over here, right? And I always hate, man, when people like make the argument, oh, you don't get no women. Like, no, I'm straight, man. I was like, like I'm good. I'm in the like the sweet spot, if you will, right? I can go hunt if I want to. But you know what I'm saying? Like I realize there's other stuff that I want to do, and not to mention, you know, if you have certain things in your life, all that other shit falls in place. You know what I'm saying? But I'm seeing the whole of society, and I don't want to live in a shithole because if you have enough men upsetting your society at the like you know the bottom levels or the bottom rungs, they will tear all this motherfucking shit up. Excuse my language.
We ain't doing that tonight. You're good. But and I want to say this, and I'm gonna punt it to Mr. Enigma because he kind of been chilling. But the idea of like having a woman, bro, I've had women, a lot of them, girlfriends, and just you know having women. It's not that great. I mean, I'm not to say it's not that great, but having a woman in and of itself isn't the end of the world. And that's where it's a weird thing with these guys where like that is the only point of view they can ever come from. And so like when Angry Man made that point about having a hobbies outside of like having a purpose outside of a woman, that is literally why SKC came up with the eat, sleep, fight, bust. Because that it's literally a life cycle for a lot of dudes, bro. But Mystery, thank you, bro. What's going on, man?
What up, Hood, man? Appreciate the show, man. I just wanted to step in, just point out, man. You know, the eternal Atashkura that I introduced earlier, man. On one of the previous shows, man. That's what happened when you were talking with Jeff, and he was agreeing with you in the first, but then that that thirst kicked in where he was like, he went hyperbolic. He was like, I don't want to get rid of all the bending and all that jazz and everything. That's when you hit that eternal akasha within these men. It's like they can't live without that thirst. They don't understand a world without that kind of thirst in place. And that was kind of like if you think about it, that's what caused the big division with black men in MGTOW, right? Because when
Wait,
they
real
heard
quick, Mystery, was that you that kept typing that in the chat? Because that and say that again, the eternal. Because I tried to pronounce it, but I need you to pronounce it for me.
you got to write a Toskara. It's Arabic. So you know, we talk about ninjas, and every once in a while you mention Naruto. I wanted a term for the endless thirst that whole thing men have, right? That explains why they can just do whatever, and there's going to be this great guy waiting for you at the end, despite whatever choices you make, because men are just eternally thirsty. Like that's the only way that premise works. And so I wanted a term for it, just like in Naruto where they talk about the endless Tsukiyomi. And so me and GPT had a conversation. That's what we came up with was eternal Ataskara. Atash means like thirst, and Kara means like decay or something like that. I can look it up real quick.
I took it
So
as
that's what
like some Eastern Hindu type Buddhist philosophy when I didn't really know where it came from, but the word Atashkaru, it sounded sort of like Eastern religion.
yeah, it's Arabic.
Okay.
Is what Chat GBT gave me. But yeah, that's just the term I'm trying to spread everything. Will point out the surge that's going on. That because you talk about like he's thinking like a hoe, and that's what hoes believe in eternal thirst. They believe that you're so thirsty that men are so thirsty that they can just get whatever they want from men as a general altogether, and no matter what, because you got to think it takes the accountability away from them, so they don't have to be accountable for anything because they can get whatever they want at the end of the day.
Hey, you know what's funny about what you're saying right now? This wasn't the case 20 years ago, right? People were a little bit more honest. I mean, yeah, there was still some romanization about some of the stuff, whatever Disney princess deal, but with the internet and like people being able to kind of compartmentalize like you know what they're exposed to, like their own curator of like what they want to see. They don't see the same things anymore that everybody else would see. So like you know there was always like that leftover woman, the spinster, you know what I'm saying, that didn't get married or whatever, and people would be like, oh, but it would only be like one or two here or there, you know what I'm saying? But like now, it's just like it's gonna be a lot more. I mean, these BBLs are not gonna be in the right places when these chicks are like old. The lip fillers not doing the thing that it was doing at one point in time. Kim Kardashian out here looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I mean, and honestly, man, like it's wild, man. We tell people or like they have allowed advertisers basically to tell them what is right when other people is like, yo, we're not feeling that. Are you cool with this? You know what I'm saying? Hell, like
Absolutely.
what back in the 2000s, you could just put lip gloss on, man, and you know what I'm saying, and that was good enough, man. The roundaway girl, right?
Right, and that's why I came up with it because in Naruto there's this technique called genjutsu, which are illusions, and that's what the endless Ataspera is. The Ataspera is Arabic, and then the Kara is Japanese, which means like a shell or emptiness. So they believe that our thirst gives us an internal emptiness, right? And therefore, without a woman there to come in to quench our thirst, that like we just live this decayed existence, you know what I'm saying, of death. And so you like death is inevitable, but at least with a woman there, your death can have some kind of meaning somehow, right? You give her money, you spoil her, you provide for her, or you give her children and everything, you have children through her, blah 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 blah. That's where the term comes from. It's to encompass all of that. And you see it. You see it in conversation with these men. When you start talking about getting away from the thirst and everything, they just get triggered, right? Because Hood didn't say anything about eliminating all, provisions or whatever protections. But Jeff went there anyway in his own mind. He made that argument in his own mind and put that out there in the conversation, even though nobody said that. Even though he agreed there's too much, right? And that there needs to be a door. But he was like, I don't want to get rid of all of it though. Like nobody said all. Like
You know what I noticed, and I think people kind of do this, like you know how with Trump derangement syndrome with TDS. I think people have HDS, bro. They have conservative derangement syndrome. Like I am this boogeyman in their minds. Like people assume that Trump is like and he's like multiverse Hitler or something. They talk about Trump as if he is the multiverse Nazi threat, and he's gonna come and bring the 1,000-year Reich across the multiverse. And then in reality, he's an 80s Democrat that just wants everything to work like it did back when he was young, right? That's me. I just want things to be a little bit more in order like it used to be. But somehow I become, multiverse conservative here to dominate and do all this extra shit. And it's like, bro, nobody said any of the stupid shit you niggas are talking about.
No, but they have to project though, because like so you know how people will go in like kind of pattern recognition or whatever. That's what happens here or whatever, right? Once they hear like like conservative, maybe that's what it is. They automatically attach all the bad things that they think because they assume that that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, or they'll connect the dots on stuff that you aren't gonna say because they think they're gonna make these bad arguments because they have to frame you in a way where it's like, oh, you're the bad guy. But they have to like polarize you to make you like the extreme bad guy. You can't just be like, a dude that like, shoplifted when he was 12. You know what I'm saying? You got to be
right, because
Who told
they,
you?
they, they
Hold on. Who told you about that? Nobody knows about that. Why would you just say that about me?
I'm
That's
I'm
really
just saying,
weird.
yo,
That is
plenty of
really
people that did
fucking weird.
it. Hey, people that did it, man. Like I did it, man. You know what I'm saying? But nobody would think that now because of the way I move. You know what I'm saying? But you had to learn those lessons early.
the hoes
You know,
like to argue in logical fallacies, and that's what Homeboy was using all over the place. He was creating straw mans, and he was using false premises and everything. So I mean, you triggered the hole in him, and like you said, he had that whole shit going on, and you know, unfortunately, it's deep. You can tell by the poll numbers of the last presidential election how deep the whole indoctrination is. amongst black men.
You know, Jay Cavassier, you're quoting Scarface, and I'm gonna give you a little bit of conservative channel lore right now. You know how like I got like drops that people like. You know, I got certain favorite drops and shit. Like, you know,
Nigga, please. Serious.
like I try to find random obscure drops to use on the show because you know everybody tries to have their own mark and their own individuality. Years ago, I literally had that line from Scarface as one of my intros. Like I had that not as a drop, but it was a part of my intro theme music. So when I first started the channel and I was kind of getting into the swing of how like the way it is now, when I was kind of building up to this sort of style of show where I would just sort of start out with like memes and music, and then I would do like a lot of video content, but along one kind of theme. I used Scarface as my intro. It's like, say goodbye to the bad guy. It's like, you need people like me. Like that was literally a part of the show's build. I might have to bring that shit back. We got to bring Scarface back. You need people like me.
I mean, you kind of do, man. Like and you need people to like seem a little bit more polarizing as well. Like I'm not even saying you're polarizing like that. They're so used to only hearing one type of thought that anything outside of whatever the norm is so jarring. And that's a problem, man. Like back in the day, like what I'm saying, like mid-90s, man, everybody's listening to everything, man. Andrew Dice Clay was still touring. You know what I'm saying? Like people are used to like a bunch of different types of attitudes or whatever. But I don't know what happened, man. Even some of the older cats, man, is acting crazy now. And you'd be like, yo.
And you know what? I look at old clips of like Andrew Dice Clay, and Andrew Dice Clay, he had a great sort of shtick. And for that moment and that time, like he was like the bad boy of comedy, so to speak. But there was a kind of like FU in the spirit of Andrew Dice Clay. And then oddly enough, like even when I look at Nick Fuentes, right, there is a kind of like a rebel spirit. There's a sort of like masculine rebellion that I think we're trying to tap into. And so I don't know that a lot of the guys, like especially when I'm on this panel with guys like Izzy and Jeff and all that, they just can't understand the nature of this kind of masculine rebellion. They just don't get it. And that's cool, I guess, but like
it's ingrained in us, whatever. My bad, Hood. It's ingrained in us, but like you know what I do wish though. If I was like a little bit more nefarious, I could tap into like them white dudes going to retreats to like scream at the woods, pay like $5,000, cry in the pillow. I'd be cleaning up, man.
That nigga's tripping. I don't even. That's like shit that girls do, bro. That's a whole retreat for men, basically. It's really crazy to see that type of shit. Like women have literally done that. There was a video right after the election, girls going off into the woods screaming at trees. And dudes are paying like $50,000 to do that.
Yeah, man, and then get screamed at like they in boot camp. It's wild, man. Hey, shout out to Carmen, man. To Carmen for the playing hose mad in public. I appreciate her for that.
Listen, it's a movement, man. You never know who'll march with your army until you raise a flag. It's a weird thing about life, and raising a flag isn't for everyone because not everyone wants to try to lead an army, and not even I'm speaking so grandiose. Not that I see myself like that at all, but I'm kind of making a deeper point that not everybody can see the need for things to change, and it simply is that way. I don't speak for the benefit of those people.
Well, they're selfish. That's why. They're thinking from their standpoint. Hey, free the Tata sounds nice, right? And you may get some enjoyment for a couple seconds, but the second you have a child, you know what I'm saying, boy or girl, the whole world changes now, right?
Well, not just that, but like So that clip we played with those dudes, what was it, Ryan Clark? So when they're talking about you should never hit a woman and a woman should never hit a man, but women hit men all the time, and none of you niggas willing to do something, because if a man hits a woman back, you'll fight that nigga, right? That is kind of where we're stuck with the things. It's like, don't tell me don't tell me things need to be different. Don't tell me that you agree with me that shit has gone too far, but you yourself are still willing to play by those rules.
Hey, but Hood, that is a bastardization of the old school way of being taught. They would say, hey, you're not supposed to put your hand on a lady, but a woman should never conduct herself where she's not seen as a lady either. You know what I'm saying? Like, they like, I remember my female cousins getting told straight up because they put their hands on one of my other male cousins. Be like, hey, don't do that again, because if you do, he's going to treat you like an equal, and you don't want that. And like, that's how it was taught, because it was like that was the limiting principle. It was like, hey, he gonna knock your head off. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't put your hands on him. He gonna knock your head off.
The problem is the terminology when you say never hit a woman, right? Because in self defense, you're hitting somebody, right? It's what we forget to do is clean up and say you should never assault anybody.
No.
Right?
Like, see, I changed it though. Like, well, I didn't change it, but that's how it was taught. But they play with the words. Never hit a
I'm
lady.
saying
Not
term,
never hit a woman. Not never hit a woman. Never hit a lady.
You should never assault anybody, because assault is a crime, right? Because there's a specific definition of assault, is that you initiating something. Now, after an assault takes place, you have all the right in the world to defend yourself. That's how it's written.
I get what you're saying, man, but niggas don't read, man.
Man, listen, bro. It's like that Bill, what's that white guy name? I forgot his name now. Bill something. Anyway, he had made that joke about Bill Burr. Yeah, like, you should never hit a woman. But it's like, really? Like, so if she's squeezing your balls with her hand as hard as she can you still never hit a woman? Is it okay then? Like should I call 911 and wait for them to rescue me?
The late great Saint Patrice O'Neal had a similar taste. He's like, so if I come home and my girl has a pinky up my son, I'm just not supposed to do anything. Like I'm supposed to just sit there like, no.
You just made it weird, but yeah, it's crazy, because you know why?
Yeah.
Listen, I had a chick piss on my doorstep before, and she thought I was just gonna sit there and watch her. Like, no, I'm gonna push you in that shit, bitch. What's wrong with you? Like, no, I'm not just gonna stand here and let you be you. That's not how this is going down, bro.
I remember years ago, I was at a steakhouse in the middle of the day with some white guys, an old white guy. I don't know how I ended up on the subject, but we ended up on the subject of like a woman running around spitting on people. And I was like, if nobody like checks this chick, she just gonna run around spitting on people, which is technically assault. Like, we have every right to stop her in that moment. But because no hitting girls, she just gonna run around doing it. And this dude just got to say like, you never hit a woman. And like, bro, it's assault. Like, you have all the you have all the law on your side. Like check her so she can learn a lesson not to run around like this. And then like a few years ago, a woman got caught spitting on people. It was in the news. She was just running around and spitting on people because nobody would check her. This is economics. This is human behavior. If you don't have those consequences, what do you expect to happen?
Hey, no, hold on. Dylan James asked a great question, and before we talked about this, I questioned myself. Like, I've already done that math, bro. If I've just had, like, let's say I'm walking down the street and I happen to turn a corner and I see my daughter getting jumped by a bunch of girls, I'm beating a bunch of girls up. There's no mathematics involved with that. It is a literal 1 + 1 = 2. We ain't got to think that hard. No hesitation, bro. I'm beating little bitch. You better stop. All right. Now it's going to turn into a father-daughter assault against multiple young girls. You know what I mean? Because then what is it I'm thinking about? What is it you want me to think about? What am I supposed to choose here?
Yeah, like she got a meat cleaver and she coming at you. Oh, what you supposed to do? Like some jujitsu? Like nah, you ball that fist up, man. You make her go to sleep real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like look, let's not act like you know what I'm saying. There's never ever a reason. You know what I'm saying? Because Daniel Tosh had a joke about that too, where he's like, oh yeah, you come home and your wife's like already snuffed out one of your children and she got the other one under the water. What we gonna do? Uh, talk to her really nicely to stop.
No. That really happened. That shit happened. I forgot these people's names. White people, bro. White people be going through stuff too. So there was this couple. It was, I don't know, maybe Texas or something like that. But there was this guy, and he had a wife, and they had like 3 or 4 children. And you know how they have that thing about postpartum depression or whatever. So that's what they kept saying about this woman. Like she was just suffering all these years, and so as it turned out, he comes home and she has deleted like all of his children, bro, one by one. Just I don't know if she drowned him or shot him or what. And so she goes to jail forever, and he like, I forgive my wife, and I'm just like, bro.
Oh man, that's I look, like he said that immediately.
I got it's such an old story now. I don't even remember their names, but I swear to God, it's a true story, man, where she actually like offed his kids, and he like, because they're like a religious type of couple, church going folk. And so, like, it was on some just, it's a terrible thing. And, I love my wife, and she's just suffering deeply. And I try to, God forgives. And he was doing one of those type of things on camera, but I'm just like, bro, could you imagine if you'd have caught? No, that's the whole reason I brought it up. Could you imagine had you caught that mid-act?
Yeah, man, like, hey, look, I'm bopping her, man. Ain't no doubt about it. Hey, I might pull it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You may not get like 80%. You may get 60, 65. You know what I'm saying? But hey, look, like what the way Robin Givens explained Mike Tyson, like hitting her with a hook, I probably would have hit her like that, man. Robin Givens was lying.
Oh shit. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some pippin in it. The nigga Izzy Bears is here in the backstage. Izzy, we are bringing you up. I wasn't even gonna do a panel. I was actually gonna get in and out on this one because I've been talking all day, but I've been held hostage, and now we're gonna have to run this. Well, we'll see how long this goes, but I'm gonna let you come up now. Izzy Bears.
What's good? What's the deal?
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I wanted to come.
So, what have you to say for yourself, Izzy?
Not shit. I wanted to come and hang out with the cool kids. What's good?
Oh, the cool kids, huh?
There are no cool kids, bro. It's just us guys.
The cool kids, man, were popping pills, man. They're pompous.
Indeed. Yo, my girl told me I could come up here, so I'm up here to hang out with you guys for a minute.
That's fucking hilarious, Izzy. Thank your
I'm
girlfriend.
glad. Nigga, there ain't no girl here. That's just strictly sarcasm. What's the deal?
Bro, stop breaking the magic, nigga. Niggas don't know how to just hold on. Stop, nigga. You said the joke. I'm feeding into the joke, and now you want to stop playing with the nigga. See, bro.
Hey, yo,
it's ruining shit.
It's short-lived, nigga. Hey, listen, I just came to give you the opportunity to get your get back. What's good? Cause I want you to be able to say all that bogus shit you was saying when I wasn't here to my face. That's it.
Izzy, if you have hole in your heart, let it out. All right, let it out. We are doing a wholesorcism, Izzy. If you got hole in your heart, let it
again. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. I come in the name of Jesus. Repeat it after me, bitch. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
You do know we're online, right?
I just reviewed the conversation that we had. Hold on, give me 1 second, Mystery. I just reviewed the conversation that we had on your show, and my this is why I said it just now. My contention is You got hoe in your heart, and you should let it out.
Is that what you think? That's all you came up with. I got some hoe in my heart.
Well, I said a lot. I've been on air for almost 3 hours now. But that's the long story short.
Wait, because I don't want
No,
to
it's not
bang on
because
the
you
bitch.
don't want to. It's not because you don't want to bang on a bitch. That is not why I said that. The main point when I really dug the knife in and twisted it 90 degrees is when you took offense to me simply pointing out the nature of double standards existing, and somehow light speed jumped into me making an argument about wanting to be protected and cared for and loved by. It was a weird thing. You just jumped out calling me weak and crazy and all this shit. But I'm like, bro, all I did was point out about double standards existing. And then, and this is where the hoe came in, when the girl came on the panel, all you could do is agree with me and talk about how, well, he was right, this, that, and the third. You was all soft about the shit then, but if I'm right about the point being true, why add all the extra shit I never said? I never said none of the shit you was grandstanding on.
So now all of a sudden you don't understand of inferences. Now all of a sudden you don't understand implications. Okay, I get it. So let me just say this. I didn't disagree. It would be asinine to try to disagree with the point that there's imbalances in society that favor women. That would be an asinine argument to have. I can't argue against that because that's an actual fact. I can't argue against the fact that a lot of it is bullshit. That's not an argument I can make because it's bullshit, right? The problem and the problem that I have with guys like yourself is the fact that you have hoe all over you. You got bitch all over you, bitch made. So you want to cry and complain about the way things are
Hoes
instead
all
of
over me
making
sounds nice.
it's
You got to
instead
threaten
of
me with
making
something I
things,
don't want.
okay. Well, you want to cry and complain instead of making things better. You don't want to say, yo, I'm a man and I can handle it and I just do what I gotta do. Fuck a bitch. It don't matter what them bitches is doing. It don't matter what them bitches are saying. They're non-fucking factor, nigga. But the problem is you so weak that you can't even understand that it ain't about a bitch.
You don't act like that though.
But is truly, man, like even if you're good, right? You're solid. What about the prodigy that comes after us? You know what I'm saying? Like I done, like, you know what I'm saying? And I said it a few times up here or whatever. I done mentorship and all this stuff. And some of these young dudes is cooked, man. Cause like, you know, just the environment and everything else. And like ain't nobody gonna tell me that it's as good as it was in the 90s or the 2000s. Like just women's behavior in general, like people's behavior, but women specifically in this case.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, and yo, if you could, conservative, if you could take it down so I could see who I'm speaking to, so I could be proper with it. Okay,
True hype. True hype.
shout out to you, True Hype. All right, listen. So again, the truth of the matter is, we all in agreement. Women's behavior is getting worse, right? So I'm not a disingenuous person or a liar, right? So I'm not gonna come up here and try to make it seem like it's not. It is. The point is that I've never known a world where men, especially men who are winners, ever looked at the odds or ever looked at the obstacles or the hurdles and complained about it. I always known that, yo, to find a good woman, even in the 90s, even in the 2000s, was a challenge. It wasn't like there was good women everywhere. It
was
wasn't
a challenge
like
in biblical days, Izzy.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It was. That's what I say. It's been a challenge. So I just don't. That's what I don't understand. I agree with you. It seems like behavior is getting worse. It seems like women are getting worse, and the truth is the system is helping them. At the same time, I believe truly, if you are a quality man, then you're gonna attract quality women, and if they're not quality and if they're not worth being around you, get them the fuck from around you. That's real simple to me.
Let me jump in real quick, and this is where you and I fell out earlier, and so I want to rehash that right now while we're not hot headed in the moment. So when I raised, excuse me,
Can't
You
get
all
it
right?
out. Can't
You
get
all
it
right?
out. Damn.
You okay, man? Let me step in real quick. You talk about not keeping these
Wait, hold
women
on, brother.
around you.
Wait, hold on, brother. The brother was just choking. You good?
Nah,
Hood?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm dying
All right.
over here. You know,
Okay. I don't want the
I'm
brother to
smoking
die.
away the
Jesus
pain.
Christ.
I'm
I don't
smoking away
hate
the
the
pain.
brother. I don't got nothing against the brother.
Nah.
You good? You all right?
I needed a weed break. No. Here's the question, Izzy. So, like I said, while we're in this moment, when I brought up the issue of double standards, right? That is all that was brought up. Why is it you think I'm making an argument that's about men crying or men not doing whatever it is that they need to do? Like, because that still remains true. If you want a woman, if you want a quality woman, if you want a woman that is actually on board with you and loyal, then there's a lot of work you got to put in as a man. So I'm not going to fight you on those arguments, right? I never wanted to fight you about that. But why did you think that even came up? Because I swear to God, I never even got to that point. All I said was double standards exist. And you actually tried to offer an example that was not sufficient. And then you said, oh, well, you a weak nigga, bro. How does that work? Like, tell me how we go from your argument about double standards don't exist, or your argument about this is an actual double standard turns into, well, this nigga is just a weak nigga, bro. All we were talking about is double standards, and then it becomes a fucking fight between you and I. How, bro?
How do it equivalate?
You're throwing a lot at me. Okay. So the thing is this. Pause. So the thing is this. My thing was what I was hearing. I heard you say what you said about the double standard. What I heard and what I have a problem with you is, again, I don't have no problem with you personally. I have a problem with the philosophy and ideology, the mindset. And to me, the
Well,
mindset.
stop real quick. All right. What is the mindset you think I have? Because I want to keep it focused. But what do you think the mindset is? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell you if you let me. I listen to you. I didn't interrupt you. Right. The mindset is a mindset of, hey, these women are getting away with this. These women are getting away with that. Why do they get guarantees? Why do they get these laws? Why do they get this stuff in their favor? What about men? And so our difference is in ideology and philosophy. My thing is men always make a way for themselves. Men always overcome. If men can't find the circumstances they want, they go out and they make them. So that's the problem that I have. Yes, it's double standards. It's double standards that benefit women, and there's double standards that benefit men. Now, whether you agree with those double standards or not, whether you think they're double standards or not, that's not on me. That's on you, right? At the end of the day, the problem is the fact that it's like using it as a crutch or an excuse to battle, to like make a battle that shouldn't be a battle. Like, yo, you understand that there's some hoes out here.
Izzy,
Don't mess with the hoes.
Why did you hear that when that wasn't said, though? I don't want you to go off on a tangent because there are focused issues I want to talk about. Why did you hear that when that wasn't brought up? Because the whole, and again, the whole thing was replayed just now. I broke it down frame by frame. And what I'm saying is that was not any of my point. Nothing I said had anything to do with that. So why bring it to that point?
But I disagree adamantly, right? Because there was a point where you were speaking about guarantees, and before we got into the double standard conversation, and when you were speaking about the guarantees, and you're talking about all the guarantees that the women benefit from versus the fact that men don't have any guarantees, that was my particular issue, because I've never known men to need a guarantee. Because risk is implicit in being a man, that you're going to have to face certain risk. And to me, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. There is no, like the homie was explaining, and one of my favorite scenes is in the first scene of Troy. Yo, if you are afraid, if you are not able to move as a man in spite of fear, in spite of obstacles, in spite of challenges, in spite of whatever comes your way, then you are weak, bro. Point blank and period.
Let me
You're
ask you a question. I hear you. I don't care. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think that when it comes to the idea of a man having a stable relationship with a woman, this is the second time today you've kind of related it to war. Like earlier, you said something about burning the ships so that we can only move forward. And now you're talking about Troy, which is a war between two giant, ancient Greek city-states. And why is it that you only describe it in terms of war? Why do you think it's a war that needs to be fought by the man against the woman? I don't understand your framework right now.
You conflating. That's why. Because
I am, because I don't understand what you're saying. I'm asking for clarification.
Okay, I'm trying to. If you really don't want.
You got it. We're being cool. You got it. You got it, bro. We're not gonna over talk each other. We're gonna interrupt here and there, but it's gonna be calm. Please answer the question. I'm sorry.
So the problem is you're conflating. I'm not speaking about, even though you already know what it is. Y'all speak about it all the time. I speak about it all the time. A lot of us speak about it all the time. It's a war going on. Let's make no mistake about it, right? At the same time, without question, unequivocally, I'm speaking about the mentality of a man regardless. How you do something is how you do everything, says DJ Hamp. And I agree. As a man, the problem is somehow, some way, we stopped holding ourselves to a standard. Somehow, some way, we stopped holding ourselves to a regard. And because of this is the reason why a lot of these women are unruly and are out here the way they are. If we get back to being men the way men were, unapologetic, uncompromising, unrelenting, and don't let a batch get away with the shit, then that's when things are going to be able to change. Because in order for things to change, you must change. That's what I keep saying, right? In order for things to change, you must change. So we can't keep banging on these bitches, expecting them to be this and expecting them to be that, while we are being subpar and substandard. I understand your point where you keep saying, well, everybody talks about what a man is supposed to do and the man is supposed to have. Nah. At the end of the day, that's one way to look at it. But if you do a paradigm shift and if you look at it a different way, you say, hey, listen, if I have my standard, if I have my set way that I'm going to be, then it's going to negate a lot of the bullshit. Because if the woman doesn't meet my standard, if we're talking about dating, right? If a woman doesn't meet my standard, then I'm not even going to allow her in my atmosphere. I'm not even going to allow her in my orbit. She don't even deserve to be around me. So I'm not even going to have to deal with none of the bullshit that she bring anyway. That's all I'm saying.
How can you say that?
I hear what you're saying. You guys.
How can you say that when Jay-Z was accused of a heinous crime by a woman that he never met?
Who? What? You asking me about Jay-Z and a heinous what, brother?
I'm using Jay-Z because he's a public, because it was a well-known situation.
He got Beyonce, but he got Beyonce on his arm with 3 children. So what that got to do with the price of tea of China? At the end of the day, I've been lied on. I don't have a quarter of Jay-Z's net worth, and I've been lied on 150 times since I've been on YouTube. So what, what are you asking me exactly?
You said you don't keep certain women around you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm pointing out is they don't have to be around you to cause damage to your reputation.
Welcome to
America. Have you in the court. What do you mean, welcome to America? Like isn't that what I'm getting at? Isn't that worthy of a complaint?
No, family. We live in a litigious society. We live in a tort law society where people sue people for the most random shit. There was a person that broke into a person's garage, a man that broke into another person's garage, got stuck in the garage and sued the people for like $5 million or something and won the lawsuit. So we live in a litigious society where people sue over the most frivolous shit. So at the end of the day, this is what I'm saying, I don't think like that, family. I just don't. And if you do, that's fine, but I don't. I don't think about all the shit that could go wrong. I don't think about all the shit that ain't right. I don't think about all the shit that's an injustice. I don't think about all the shit that's piled up and some fucked up shit. No, what I think about is what I want. What I think about is how to get it. What I think about is solutions to the problems that face me. And then I go and I get it. Yo, I used to be a person that tried to think about the mysteries of life, but what I found out was that shit was overwhelming as fuck. Because guess what? There ain't shit I could do about Jay-Z and a bitch that don't know him suing him. No, I can't do shit about that. The fuck I'm gonna waste my brain power on some dumb shit like that for?
Izzy, what did you discover thinking about the mysteries of life? That part right there caught me. That shit just perked my attention. What have you learned about the mysteries of life, Izzy?
Yo, I discovered that I need to keep my mind on my business. That if there's shit that I can't help, if there's shit that I can't change, I don't need to focus on that shit. That's what I learned. I learned that, yo, I need to mind my business. I need to stay in my lane. I need to hold my shit in a row, and all the shit that I can handle, all the shit I could take care of it, I need to give that all my attention, all my focus, and all my energy. The shit that I can't handle, the shit that I can't help, the shit that I can't change, I need to let that shit go and let whoever else need to handle it. Because it becomes, I don't know about y'all, my brothers, I'm be real with y'all, 100, right? And y'all can think whatever y'all want about me is fine. But yo, at the end of the day, I don't know about y'all, but there's a whole bunch of shit that if I start dwelling on it, I start thinking about it, I get overwhelmed, I get depressed, I be in fear, I be like, damn, I start thinking like, what's the point of this shit? What's the point of even living?
Well,
they have rights. They have rights. So fucking what, man?
See, I understand you've been around for a little bit, right? So it's different. Like if you was gonna give advice to a little homie or whatever, right? That would be applicable, right? For the most part. But you know what? We are human and we do get affected by these other things. You know what I'm saying? Stuff on the periphery. We start thinking about stuff. If you taking care of family members, you thinking about you. I mean, you have to be aware. You know what I'm saying? You don't dwell on it, but you have to be aware of it. You know what I'm saying? Say if you're gonna move in a certain neighborhood, you're gonna be like, you have to know, certain attack vectors, because I can't think of a better word, would come from. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to be vigilant. You know what I'm saying? You should, and again, you shouldn't dwell on it, but you still be cognizant. So if you can go to a different city, you'd be like, oh, I can't move a certain way. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it just kind of that what you just hold on, Izzy, before you jump back in, is I want to say this thing real quick. It was kind of just interesting to me. I'm thinking about what you just said, and it's fascinating. And I don't have a take yet, but I'm thinking about it, like this idea that it's so heavy that let's not think about it because I think we have to pick up the heavy things, bro. We have to.
I get what he's talking about, Hood. I get what he's talking about, but it needs to be a certain percentage.
Hold on,
it needs to be a certain percentage. It needs to be like
you just do a lot at me. If I could just retort to you real quick, if you don't mind, True. So this is the thing, right? I lost that thing, but let me try to see if I can get it back. You were saying about the family members and this and that. Listen, so I don't know about y'all, right? Have you ever tried to help some women in your family?
Yes.
And they try to tell you how to help them. And they stress you the fuck out about trying to help them to the point where you're just like, fuck it, I'm good. I'm not even, I can't help you. Like, you are stressing. So yo, bro, I've been there too, right? And so what I'm saying to you is this, right? What I'm realizing day by day, right, is again, even in women in my family that I love dearly, I just had a recent situation. A family member needed to move out of a storage, and I was going to help them. They didn't have to pay me shit, and it was like some states away. I kept relaying to them, hey, look, you only have a small window. I only have a small window. They was like, oh, well, I need to get this person to sort this and do this and do that. I said, listen, if you do not give me the green light to do what I need to do to help you, there's no way I'm going to be able to help you. And I know how this is going to turn out. Oh, well, this and that. And, oh, well, you put your negative vibrations on me and this and that and the third and this and that and the fifth. And I was like, and sure enough. And they was like, well, if I just got to do it your way, Izzy, and you just want your way and no way. And I'm like, well, ma'am, there's no benefit in this shit for me at all. I'm paying my money. It's to the tune of $700. It would have cost me to go get there, get her shit, move it, whatever the case. It cost me about $700 at least. No, excuse me, just for the truck was $700. So with gas and all that stuff, probably cost me about $1,200. And I was willing to do it, but I had a specific period of time. What I'm trying to get at in this scenario is this. Again, sometimes even our loved ones, even women that I love dearly that are my family members, get in their own way. And I have to allow them. I used to spend my time racking my brain, beating myself up against the wall. Why is it like this? Why is it like that? Why won't they change? Why can't they just see this simple shit that I'm telling them? Yo, it ain't meant for it. If they get it, they can benefit. If they don't, they just gonna be in the situation they in, because at the end of the day, it's like a drowning person. If you jump in trying to save a drowning person, even if you're an expert swimmer, they could drown you too. Sometimes you gotta knock that motherfucker out.
Not sometimes.
To save their life.
Not sometimes is. They train you to do that.
See? But I was trying to be softer with it. But what you see, the point that I'm making is that's what I'm saying. So when I'm coming at Hood, it's not because I have anything against Hood. I actually like Hood. I don't have no problem with Hood at all. I'm just saying, we as modern men, we as the men of this society, we can't afford to have that apathetic perspective and point of view. We can't have, because again, it's akin to allowing these batches to lead. And if these women lead, that's the problem that's going on right now. They're leading this shit into a ground. I tell the women in my family, yo, you can't lead me to shit. Like, either you listen or you get left behind, and I still love you.
That sounds like a pretty hard line to take, bro. You sound like me right now. It's really weird how when you're not mad at me, you sound like me.
No, but the problem is Hood. Guess what? I ain't thought about that. I'm just giving you that for the example. I ain't think about that shit since. That's her problem. Like, yo, I don't carry problems and burdens that's not mine to carry. Like, yo, I got enough shit on my plate by myself.
I hear you. I'm just
my
saying,
life is hard enough to live by myself. So my thing is, why worry and why stress yourself and why beat yourself up about shit you can't change?
But it's to the point that I made about being cognizant, not beating yourself up or torturing yourself or going through just the negative. Or you do have to know how to move in the streets, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm familiar with you and Angry Man, like, you know what I'm saying, for a while now. And it's like, if you're gonna move a certain way, you need to be cognizant of all the things that are, you know, around you, good and bad, correct?
Yeah, you should be aware, absolutely.
Yeah, like so, and it's not saying, oh, you know, like, and maybe to you it sounded like Hood was like, you know, just ramping on all the negatives, but to me, I didn't hear that. I heard like, hey, being aware, you know what I'm saying? And then maybe sometimes this is the first step, right? So somebody highlights the first step in the chain of events and highlights the issues, or, you know, because satire is a very, very capable and very powerful tool. That's why the court jester's role is not looked at as highly upon through the lens of history. But it was very, very crucial that somebody could make fun of the king or like high members of the court. You know what I'm saying?
I want to read a couple of super chats real quick because I've been kind of negligent, and then I want to kick a question to Izzy because he is kind of the man of the hour right now. And thank you so much, Izzy, for coming through. I did at you and you showed up, so you know, same, nigga. You gave me the floor. I'm gonna give you the same grace and extension. So appreciate you showing up. That being said, reading some super chats. The Midwest request, Hood was throwing daggers till people found it funny. Listen, bro, people like me over there, bro. You got to understand this, Izzy. I get respect everywhere I go. It's your house, but people like me. Shout out to Carmen with the $4.99. And again, everybody, shout out to Carmen because Carmen just made some magic happen low key. Carmen paid me to dance, so I've been doing I said I was going to do my dance up until 1:44 a.m. because she paid for another hour of dancing. So God damn it, I'm going to give her what she paid for. And then in the middle of the show, Izzy popped up. And so now it's a whole other show. Carmen did that. Shout out to Carmen with the $4.99. Thank you for making it happen like that. Midwest request with the $2. Tell them stop making it weird. Izzy, I think that was for you. The Midwest request again. Yo, Hood's grind mindset, staying up at night. Yeah, it's 1:50 a.m. Like, y'all act like I ain't got a real job and I just be doing this. This is a hobby that makes money, bro. I have a job to do. But anyway, Carmen again with the $4.99. Thank you for the late weekend show. You're welcome, babe. Love you so much. Thank you for your support. The Midwest request. Crown is heavy. Listen, the crown is heavy. And then Carmen again with the $4.99. Bro, listen, Hood and Chill. Thank you so much for that. And the crown is super heavy. None of y'all niggas know how heavy this crown is, man.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Yo, that's a crazy ass drop, man.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Izzy, damn, that was a question I was about to ask you. Damn it, I'll just erase that question. Anyway.
Yeah, that
it was about
thing too.
Say what?
I said that drop made me forget about everything too. It's fucked up.
Now, Izzy, the question that was on the screen a second ago was, is it okay to have apathy or nah? Basically, I'm kind of paraphrasing because it seems like my sense of apathy is offensive. But like, if you accept that, you know, shit crazy, then why is it wrong for me to have apathy?
I don't think that we as men, especially if you consider yourself a mover, a shaker, a tastemaker, an influencer, a purveyor of perspective, I don't think that we're in a position to be apathetic. Doom
Really?
and gloom, like, yo, yeah, what you focus on expands. Like this is the key thing. And I know that you think that I have a lot of romantical philosophical ideology, right?
Yes.
I know
Romantic is the word.
You said this to me before, right? And I have a dope memory, right? At the same time, the thing is this, I really don't. I really have a very pragmatic, practical way of looking at things. The issue is this. I understand that energy, where your attention goes, your energy flows, right? What you focus on expands. These are the laws of nature. These are natural laws. So if you continue to focus on the problem, and I've said this to you before in a different way, but if you continue to focus on the problem, if you continue to focus on what's wrong, if you continue to focus on the things that you don't like, then guess what? You're going to attract that stuff to you. You're going to attract that stuff to your life. At the same time, when you begin to focus on the solution, when you begin to focus on other things, then those things are going to start being attracted to you as well. That's just how that is. Now, does that mean that your life is going to be perfect? You're not going to have any problems? No, because that's not what this world is about. You're going to have issues. You're going to have challenges. You're going to have obstacles. But as a man, you have everything that you need to be able to overcome that stuff.
You know, Izzy, this is a weird thing, and it's beyond just you, but you did it just now. But I noticed that when we have these conversations about like the nature of the system, the relationship that men and women have with the government, or just, you know, laws and policies and whatnot, it always kind of gets shifted into like a life coaching. If you just got a girlfriend, none of that would matter to you type of argument. And it's really weird because, like, on the other hand, like this got brought up on your show earlier, right? The bootstrap argument, right? On the other hand, nobody talks like that when it comes to something like racism. And I'm not attacking you with that. I'm just making a point. But people kind of bring that. You brought that up as if like somehow if you got your life together, it would change the rules of the game, right? Which is it's obviously not true.
You're not even playing the game.
What game?
You're not even playing none of the game. See, this is the thing, right?
What game do you think there is?
And this is the problem with you guys, right? This is the problem that I have with a lot of people on the internet. You and women do it too, and people do. You guys bring arguments that I haven't made. I have never once said if you have a girlfriend, your life would be. I always say, fuck a bitch. Why are you thinking about a bitch? Get your shit together for you. Fuck that
Carmen
bitch.
just told me to get a bitch, so I'm gonna get a bitch.
Nah, okay, but cool. We'll get that. It don't matter. But the truth of the matter is, if with a woman or without a woman, you should be the man that you are with a woman or without a woman. So I ain't saying shit about if you get a girlfriend, that'll make your life all right. That doesn't even make sense to me. At the same time, I don't blame racism for shit. Does racism exist? Absolutely. But am I sitting here worried about what white people do? No. I'm not inferior to no white man on this motherfucking planet. None of them. I'm better than most of them. So, do I look at a white man or look at a white woman or look at any circumstance, obstacle, situation, or challenge is beyond me? No, it's not. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I look at all the shit the same. A good day, a bad day, it's just a motherfucking day. It's just a day. Like I don't have to cower down or bow down to none of that shit. I'm bigger than it all. This is why I don't think you understand about me. So these arguments.
Why is it about me understanding you as an individual though? Like
this is
it's not about you as a man.
But you cannot listen. It is though.
It's not about me understanding you as a man though. It's not. You don't need to defend yourself. I don't want to attack you personally.
This is the problem though, family. This is the problem. You cannot hit me with generalizations and arguments that I do not make to substantiate your argument against me. That shit is retarded. What are you talking about? If you're supposed to be an intellectual, how can you substantiate your argument by bringing arguments I never make? How does that work? And then you tell me it's not about me as an individual. Are you serious?
When you said the line, what you need to understand about me, that is why I said it's not about you. None of today's disagreement was about me understanding you as a person. It was about the double standards, the system that exists between men and women and our relationship to like the government. And so when you keep doubling back on like, if you just got your act together, what you need to understand about me, these are intensely personal arguments that I'm not bringing up.
But this is the problem. This is a problem. It's not personal. You don't understand what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is, as a man, you're supposed to have a philosophy and an ideology that supersedes all things. My philosophy and my ideology is what rules my universe. So it's going to be what precedes me, regardless of the situation, regardless of the circumstance, regardless of what we're talking about. So I don't take it personally because that's one of the 4 agreements. I don't take anything personally. At the same time, I do have a specific ideology and philosophy as a man, period. And I don't shake off that shit for nobody. It's not a personal perspective. It is what the universe that I live in revolves around.
Your personal universe. I hear you. Let me just jump in real quick. Station break. The passport OG. Shout out to the OG right there. I don't even know what type of money that is, bro. That's a lot of foreign money. That's like a handful of. You just gave me a handful of coins. But I'll accept it, bro. Shout out to the passport OG for a random amount of money. The last 3 hours have been fire, hood. Thank you for that. Thank you. This is what we do. We talk about things that are interesting. I said this earlier. It's actually hard to be interesting. You know, it's easy to just nigga your way through life, but trying to be interesting, like that requires effort and skill and a little, you know, je ne sais quoi. You know, I be speaking French and shit. Shout out to Trey to MVD with the 20 ball. This is late night, amazing clown world logic. Let Nick hurt the feelings again. Run it back and keep the stream going. Link for a dog. Damn. I didn't even remember that. Link for the dog. All right, damn. I gotta get my homies the link now. I be trying to get out of here, man. I'm trying to leave. Y'all keeping me up way past my bedtime and shit, bro. But it is what it is, bro.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
My bad. I cut you off with the clip. You was about to say something. You got the floor for a sec.
No, I was just saying I don't want to hold you up. So you know what I'm saying. I'll holler at y'all. I just was.
No, it's not you. It's the audience. It's not you holding me up. You're a guest. It's not you. I promise. It's the audience. They want what they want. People be wanting shit.
Yeah, they do.
But no. So the thing that we were talking about earlier, right? This idea of a man being weak, right? I'll accept, you don't care for, let's say, what you think my philosophy is. So you think that I'm weak because I don't think you really understand what my philosophy is, right? And that's what I'm kind of build up my way to here. I think you're maybe have an image of me that doesn't necessarily fit the reality of me. So earlier today, I was talking about Trump, as in Trump derangement syndrome, and I was kind of on a riff. I was saying that maybe people have hood derangement syndrome, where they have a picture, an image of me in their mind that they maybe are arguing with, where that's not me. You're just arguing with this specter of me that you've created in your mind. And let's kind of start from here. This is my quote philosophy when it comes to men and women in this gender war thing, and then you tell me where you stand when I tell you my philosophy, right? As it pertains to men and women, what I ultimately believe right now is that most men and most women will not pair off for the long term. And the reason for that is largely what we were talking about earlier: the double standards, the imbalances, the unfair incentives that women have when it comes to breaking the relationship bond, right? We can talk about all of the alpha your way through it strategies. And for some guys, those strategies will give them a lot more results than they would have otherwise, right? So it's not like there's nothing there. Self-improvement will always improve the self. That's the point of it. And improvement will gain you better results. So I'm not arguing completely wholesale against the idea of self-improvement. Even still, if we have created a societal environment where the average woman has an undue expectation that the average man cannot or will not provide, then the average man and the average woman simply will not pair off with one another. What that means for society is another argument we can pick up later, but that is kind of my vision right now, is most men and women simply will not pair off for the long term because things just are the way they are. Now, Izzy, first question is, I don't know why you think that is a weak philosophy. If you think that is a weakness, please explain why, yes or no. Second of all, what do you actually think about the entirety of what I just said?
So that's when I was referring to weak philosophy. That's not what I'm thinking is weak, right? That's your opinion and you're entitled to it. I don't wholeheartedly agree with your opinion on that. The reason being is because the biological imperative. So what's going to happen is it's a supply and demand issue. And we're starting to see it right now. we're coming to the tail end of this shit, especially from a women's perspective. They're fighting it right now, and that's why we're getting these little monochrome of women here and there, and we see the pushbacks and we see the this, but more and more and more and more and more, even the little studies are starting to come around. The reason being is because there are only so many so-called select, so-called high value men to go around. And what they're realizing is the juice is not worth the squeeze. So I believe that what you're talking about is the now, and I believe that probably go on for like another maybe 5 years maximum. But I believe it's going to come to a head, especially the more challenging and the more difficult times become economically and socioeconomically. So I think that it's not as long term as you project. But that's not
Hey,
what I said you was weak about, by the way.
but there's other factors that are going to happen in that time. One is the current birth rate right now. So even though people still like kind of hunch on each other, they're not having kids at the replacement level. So like, we have certain individuals in governments that are saying, you know what, we're just going to ship these people that may not even adapt to your way of life, and we're going to put them in here, and we're going to get the cheap labor out of them here in your homeland.
Well, I mean, I think that I know that Caucasian people have been at zero birth rate for a while, right? I do know that the Planned Parenthood epidemic and the fact that our sisters have gone there to the tune that they have gone there has created an issue. At the same time, trust and believe that it's not that we're not having babies, it's that, like a lot of people have pointed out, the best of us, the worst of us are outbreeding the best of us. That's more so of our issue than the fact that we're not breeding at all. So I would say the
Worst are
high
outbreeding the best. That's
yes, so
actually really, really profound. But yeah,
hold on
crazy
real
as hell,
quick.
but true.
Right. So I would say, but I got it from Idiocracy first and then my homie second. So shout out to Angry Man, shout out to Idiocracy. But the thing is, the problem is this. It's that the successful ones of us, the ones that are financially successful, the ones that are college educated, profoundly thinking individuals, we are too sophisticated, too advanced, and too highfalutin, high acidity to co-mingle, copulate, and and impregnate. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it is the people that, like y'all talk about, the Pookies, the Ray Rays, the Ratchets, that are sitting there and they having babies like bunnies. They having babies like bunnies. So yes, the population is going to get a little more uneducated. The population is going to get a little more ignorant. And that's what we're seeing, unfortunately. So it's not like we're not breeding at all. It's just the people that's breeding.
Even with them in the numbers, though, the numbers aren't at replacement levels across the board. You know what I'm saying? It's still not good either way.
Mr. Beans, I muted you up. No offense. I muted you up because you got some background noise. We got a couple extra guests on the panel. Can you mute up, please, just for a moment? Because we got a few extra guests. I'm gonna get you in just a moment. Shout out to Carmen with the 199 more little money. Thank you so much, Carmen. Love you for that. And then Calm Cloud Shell with the 199. She says, Izzy, you were wrong today. Stop hanging around Sharon. Sharon is a bad, he's a bad energy, it's bad for your energy anyway, but that's neither here nor there. But please stop hanging around Sharon. Thank you so much for that, ladies. Appreciate y'all support. We got a couple of extra guests on the panel, so we might have to slow this down and restart this conversation depending on what these guests talk about. So first up, we got Trey, we got Freeman's Journal, and then we have Mr. Beans. Trey to MBD, what's going on, bro? Welcome to the show. What is it you want to bring up?
Hey, good evening, fellas. I'm just enjoying the conversation, of back and forth. But I'll just jump in right now with the birth rate, and just and this isn't even, this is just American specific. Y'all know me. I know that freaking Crayola Crown nonsense. The cat will never be put back in the bag as far as feminism is concerned. The alphas and the younger Z's, The men are going right, the women are going further left. And right now it's just enjoy the decline. There's no coming. You're not going to bring the majority of women back. The ones that get it, cool. So what we're looking at maybe in 50, 60 years is a more conservative society, since the ones on the left don't want to breed.
But the thing about it is,
real quick. Enjoy the decline is kind of like low key some mid-toe argument, and that's where I was kind of probing Angry Man a little bit earlier. Like, I don't know that most guys are ready for that. Because niggas want to be on the endless box hunt, and the decline is gonna crush your dreams, bro.
I don't think, but this is the thing. Like the decline is gonna be only for a limited amount of time. The problem. This is the thing.
Probably
right?
though. You said that when I was away. Izzy.
Right.
I think you're probably right. We don't disagree on that. I don't know how long it's gonna last. I don't think it'll be forever. But now you.
But give me a second to complete my thought, real quick, if you don't mind. The thing is this, quite frankly, right? And this is why I keep talking about personal accountability as men. The less we box hunt, the more we get focused on us, the more we get in tune with purpose. I know it's cliche. The more we get in tune with whatever we enjoy, whatever we love, whatever we are passionate about, the more the women are going to start to come around. Believe it or not, understand it or not. When you make a woman your primary focus, your primary attention, my dad told me a long time ago, hey, son, women are like shadows. You chase after a woman, she's going to run away. You walk away and she'll be chasing you. So this is the thing. Like, I think that as we begin to prioritize and begin to get ourselves together, then women will begin to change. But the problem is, why should they change when we keep rewarding the bad behavior? And I know that you hold on real quick. And I know that you believe that it's incentivized, or you believe that it's heavily predicated upon the government or upon this, upon that. But guess what? If you don't get no batch pregnant, and we at large don't get no batches pregnant, guess what? There ain't no child support. If we don't marry no batches, guess what? There ain't no daggone what you call it. It's gonna take a little while for us to hold out. It's gonna take a little while for us to hold the line. But as we do, society will begin to change.
Well, let me respond to you real quick. And why I say enjoy the decline. In your personal accountability argument, which I'm a big proponent of, for those, especially those that know me, chapter 6, 10x rule. There is no we. And that's the kind of the whole. And your argument is that you're making it about we, this collective of men, for whatever reason, that aren't going to bring a group of women who have so much propaganda in their ears back to the table. And you're aiming for a group of women, by and large, upwards of 90+%, who damn sure ain't coming back to the table. It's a wrap, bro. And why I say enjoy the decline, I don't mean a permanent decline. It's a decline, and we're talking cataclysmic reset levels for a certain community. And once that's done, then a different breed, none of us will probably be around, or we'll be like in nursing homes when this rise comes back up of a more conservative society.
But this is the thing, family, and I love that you have Booker T. Washington as your avatar, right?
No, I'm the dog, bro. It's Trey.
Oh, okay, my bad. But I love the Booker T. Washington avatar. But Trey, this is the thing, right?
Yeah, you got
the issue is this, right? If we don't start looking, this is why we're at a disadvantage. Not so much of the legal system, not so much of the economic system, not so much of the unfair guarantees that women have. The reason more so that we're at a disadvantage to women is that they are collective. They move as a collective. They move in a hive mind type state, and we are still practicing rugged individualism. I got mine. You got to get yours. It's all about me. F you. Yo, I'll take your bitch. We are rewarding bad behavior. And one thing I absolutely do not believe in is rewarding bad behavior. So I hear you when you say we're not we, But I will promise you, until we get to the we, until we start looking at it like that, until we start moving like that, until we start understanding that there's a bigger play, there's a bigger agenda, and it's up to us to move the needle, ain't shit gonna change.
Hey, I'm
Well,
gonna
what has to?
use one of the things that is said earlier, right?
Hold on, wait, please, because we got too many people up here, so I kind of have to ringleader right now. Freeman's Journal, you were next in the order, so take it wherever you wanted to go.
No, I was going to say men are already moving. The numbers already show men coalescing around the Republican Party. So, seeing as culture, seeing as politics is downstream of culture, it's already happening. So, as far as what the future
Freeman,
holds,
real quick, because everybody here is black. I don't even think we have any white guests tonight, but I don't know if that's quite as true for Black America as it is for the rest of America. So what do you think? What is your take on that particular thing?
well, I got my, I love my stats hood. I'll share those real quick. It is also true for it is also true for Black voters. The younger you go, they become far more Republican. Yeah.
Yeah, like the
So
turn
hold on,
happened when Barack.
are you telling me I can build a fascist black army? I've been thinking about how to make that happen, and you're telling me it might be possible. That's why I fucks with you.
It's already here, man. It's already here. It just doesn't get the
I'm
headline.
raising one myself, by the way, but it's only one. I'm trying to get the rest of them.
But yeah, I'll find it. But you, the future is Republican. The die is already cast, right? The Democrats have lost Gen Alpha and millennial men gone. So, and then wherever men go, women will follow. So you'll get where men go, you're definitely going to get the married women, and you're going to get a good chunk of the single women. It's just how
That's
it
the
is.
point that I've been trying to make the whole time.
So,
And that's my bad, free.
I think
the
you
point
have been
is,
kind of
that
trying to
doesn't.
make that point, but we
There's
disagree on the
two.
path. But good, I'm sorry to cut you off. You got it. Free.
Sorry. Yeah, but there's two things. There's the macro and the micro. The macro is fine, right? And saying, well, these are going to happen. And yes, I agree. At the micro level or at the broken down by race group level, you still have an ocean of baby mamas that you still got to do something with. That they're not going anywhere. No matter how many black men vote Republican, they're not going to go back and give these women less children. So,
Well, Freeman, the issue we run into is that, and where I disagree with most of the fellas on the panel is that the American women, by and large, are not going. You're going to have a very small percentage of American women who go, and the ones that do in later life, after they hit the epiphany phase of the wall, are only trying to get saved. That's it.
No, I agree. The broader at large, women outside of the community they're just going to age out.
But this is the thing, man. This is the thing. And this is why, again, I keep preaching when I'm preaching, because at the end of the day, the moment we toe the line, I promise you, it won't even be 5 years after when these women will get on board, bro. But the problem is, it's going to take some discipline. It's going to take some sacrifice, and it's going to take some us being like, nah, shawty, I ain't about to use you for recreation or nothing else. Fuck you. If you don't got your shit together, if you ain't coming correct, I'm not fucking with you. And listen, I take a lot of slack. I left my home. I left my shit that I was establishing. I left my situation because my shorty was not going. And guess what I said? All right, you not going? I'm out. So I'm practicing what I'm preaching.
I want to say this. There will hold on, because I'm going to pass it to Beans right after this. But there will be women who are used for sexual favor because they're into that kind of thing. And my whole position is you can't really help them. You should not make your efforts toward helping them because it just has to be the way it is. Now, that being said, Beans, you've been waiting for a long time to get on the floor, so you got the floor, my bro.
Is the sound better?
The sound is perfect, man.
Yeah, I mean, in 2025, man, it sucks whenever you feel like you have to be the guy who is trying to like, I would say like drain hope. He's not necessarily trying to do that, you know what I mean? But I just
Is that what I'm doing, bro? I'm sorry if that's what you think I'm doing. That's fucked up.
No. I'm speaking about myself.
All right.
I'm saying I'm saying it sucks to be that guy, but in 2025 at this point, I don't see why people are potentially optimistic, right? It's like they're watching a building burn down, and the building is like 80% burnt down, and they're saying, "Nah, all we got to do though is wait for a strong wind to come in, and we'll be all right." It's like, no, that's not gonna happen. Right? There is a power dynamic in the world that you have absolutely no control over, and that's just the truth. You don't control the media, you don't control food, you don't control education. There's no source of programming, infrastructure, nothing that we control. So how are you just thinking like abstaining is somehow going to be the cure? Like that was a movie, Chirac. Like nobody who believes that. Right?
You got to control your own castle, bro. That's the solution.
And even then, you know how many men are alone in their castles now? The powers that be have empowered women to this point. It's not like the women are running around and saying we don't need a man because they just Thanos snapped, right? And all of a sudden they didn't actually need men. No, this has been a long time coming. A plan that is in manifestation stage, right? And what are you going to tell them? They use the condoms and all the other stuff to get them used to plastic, right? So all the dildos and all that other stuff, right? They know at the end of the day, even if you just say 20% of men, let's say 80% of men follow this abstinence plan, right? Well, you still will have 20% of men that they will have to go to. You say, damn, that ain't a lot. But at the same time, we get on the internet and accuse them of making babies with 20%. So men is a good enough number for them to survive off of.
Well, that's why I agree with Izzy on this part, except for one thing, the we stuff. What Izzy is saying is about putting yourself in that position and self-improvement. Like if Izzy just dropped the we, they'd be banging down his door. That's all they got to do. We and drop the we, and they'll be banging down the door, bro. And like you be living like a king, Izzy. You'd be like, man, screw this black shit because there's too many movements already. There's too many cats like Freeman Journal who already just said, you know what, screw this, and now he's living a life away from all this nonsense.
You're not going to be able, like somebody said previously, you can't put the you can't close Pandora's box. It's already open. So anybody that's on a certain track that has the baby moms, all that stuff, whatever, with no man in sight, no man in tow, they gone. Hopefully you can get something out of the kids, but if they're putting the bad ideas in their head, then you're gonna have to deal with that somehow.
Freeman's Journal, you brought this graphic up here, and you were giving me hope. So let's walk through this graphic real quick. So nearly 3 in 10 Black Republicans are under 30. These my niggas, bro. We gang out this. Did I say that earlier, bro? We are fucking gang out here, bro. You don't know what's coming is.
So look,
think I got a problem? Wait, hold on real quick. You think I got a problem against a conservative perspective? You think that's my shtick? I don't care if you're conservative, if you're liberal. I don't give a fuck either way. Like that's your business.
The coons are coming, nigga. I just want you to know the
coons are coming, and you're bragging about this. The coons
yes, nigga, the coons are coming, and ain't nothing you can do to stop this. That's what weird as hell. Look.
I don't. Why y'all bragging about
being? You ain't give a fuck.
I do give a fuck about you being anti yourself. That's stupid. The coons are coming.
At least he's being honest about what this represents.
The coons are coming. That's some dumbass shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
They are.
That shit ain't funny.
But
So
I'm saying, okay, let's take it off of humor, but they usually are, right? Like, so people, black
What
people
else
who
do
are
you call black
usually,
Republicans, bro? Yes, they are coming. I'm sorry to cut you off. You got it, bro. But yeah, he right. They coming, bro. I'm not just being funny.
yeah, that's who
oh
they
yeah,
are.
you're
That's
yeah.
the
Hold
whole
on to
reason
your
why I came up with conservative douchebag. It was to describe these people who are quote unquote black conservative, black Republicans, right leaning right leaning political views, right? And it always leads to the same thing, which is them denying things that are provable, right?
shut up.
Denying things that are historically true, denying things that are still relevant because of the fact that they feel like I've made it to a specific level,
Loser
specific
ass
level
niggas
financially,
always with the
or
same
because I'm
shit.
subscribing to a certain political ideology.
Well, okay, Izzy, man, you
Loser
want to
ass
get the
niggas.
dog in
Anyway,
that, but I'm just
Oh,
let me
let me
let me
just
hold
go
on.
to
Let me
just
jump
go
in.
to the
Freeman's
chart.
journal.
Okay,
You
Freeman,
got
go
you got
ahead.
to get the floor for a second. Then Trey, you go behind Freeman. You got it.
All right, man. Dark red circle is black Republican or leans Republican. You see the old head 65 plus is only at 9. And 50 to 64 bumps up to 23. 30 to 49 is at 38. 38. And then 18 to 29 is at 28. So the younger you get in the black vote, the more Republican you get, period. And matter of fact,
Now,
let me share this other one. Let me share one more.
I'm curious because earlier when you first brought that up, I think that's mostly the men that can account for that shift to the right.
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course. I'm sharing one more chart.
Explain what the benefit is to that?
No, I'm gonna step through this. This is what I'm gonna do. So Pew Research is
Yeah.
showing some
Yeah.
incredible partisan swings from 2023 to 2025. Right? You see how men 18 to 29 are plus 44. Now even the women are going plus 14. Right? 30 to 49 plus 15. 30 to 49 for women, D plus 3. Right?
Shout out to those girls.
Slight swing in Gen X, and then excuse me, boomers, of course, are going to boom. So they're plus Democrat, right? But the future is Republican, period.
Hey, but doesn't that bode to more family structure and more traditional values and traditional views? Doesn't that bode more to that
Yes.
What I think ultimately that hold
really.
on let me flesh that out because that's why my first answer was kinda. Ultimately, you're breeding a population that's more conservative. What I expect to happen is a population that's more conservative will fight for a legal structure that supports their conservative worldview, and that's kind of the where the rubber hits the road, right? And so what, like, so for example, nobody on this panel, don't nobody take this personal because I know how niggas is, but they're bringing up gay marriage to Trump wants to reverse gay marriage, basically, right? That's what it means for a conservative population. Like the laws that are just dumb, we're just gonna get rid of. We're gonna relitigate that shit, and we're gonna try to undo a lot of things. You know, the idea that we have all of these alleged quote unquote rights that basically amount to you being a weird pervert. No, we're gonna do away with all that shit.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not.
Rights.
They have rights. So fucking what?
Hey, Hood, it's not on a dumb basis though. It's bad precedent and bad case law. Like how the stuff was come about. Like in California, where the people overwhelmingly at the time voted against gay marriage, and they circumvented it anyway, and just basically like had activist judges like overturn what the people voted for. And that was in liberal California.
Well, here's the thing, True, and like even if we
Don't see
tie
how that
Friedman's
helps.
charts, if we tie Friedman's charts back to like the mating and dating sphere, and this is the problem where the guys on your side run into a problem is that the women by and large at a younger age, that 18 to 22, that prime age of wanting to settling down, those women lean conservative. They don't want to hear about your historical trauma, your victimhood of the past, all these things. And this is women around the world. They don't care. women care when they hit that stage when they need to get saved. Do they care about slavery and all that other nonsense? The women in their prime of birthing age will go with a conservative guy if he's based and he's not on that victimhood stuff. I'm sorry, bro, but
When
the
have you
victim.
heard me? But this is what I'm saying. Hold on, real quick. When have you heard me mention anything about
You
what you're
just did.
talking about right now?
You just did, and we could run the clip right
I
back.
mentioned
You said
wait,
historical.
hold on. That was not
No,
me.
no, no, no. That was not him.
That was not
My bad.
me.
That was
Oh, I thought
Damn,
that
I
was
think it
man.
you.
was the
That's what I'm
guy.
saying. What y'all talking
Who was
about?
that? That
I think it
brought
was
it
the
up.
guy that's got his mouth open
But
and
that was Bean.
avatar.
That was Bean.
That wasn't me.
Oh, my bad.
Wait, what was mentioned though? Say it out loud. Say what you
Republicans
said.
deny trauma and relevant history. Wasn't that what you said?
So I said the word trauma. You want to put some money on that?
Nigga, I don't know. I'm not quoting your ass. Did
No,
you
you
Well,
said
give
the
that
historical.
inference?
Good
Did you
job,
make
man.
that inference?
Thank you for
Did you
letting the
make
world
that
know that you didn't
inference?
quote. Thank the world
Did
for
you
letting
make
the world
that
know you quote.
inference or not? Did you make the inference or not?
Bitch,
Because
did
you
you answer
obviously know
my
you
question?
did.
No,
Because I ain't
hold on,
answering yours.
pause. I
No,
don't
no,
think
no.
that's how Beans even made any comment. Let's not go down that road. I don't. I think
Okay.
Freeman, for what it's worth, we're kind of targeting Beans incorrectly.
Okay, my bad. My bad, Izzy. I thought it was you, bro. But
Hey, no problem.
even
Thank you.
though
Bro.
that,
I'm like, that's
yeah,
not my talking points.
yeah, these younger women, man, they don't care. If you get the younger generation, they don't really care about this race stuff. They're just partnering up with who they like based on their feels. You know, they all about the feels and stuff like that. But the only way, and like, is what a lot of brothers and like a lot, even the white boys are seeing with these movements, like, you know, that are just in response to feminism, is that women don't care about that stuff. They want protection provided and guidance, you know, from a real nigga. Shout out to Nick.
Wait, you mean that dude, that the white man? That's
Well,
that's Nick.
well, no, no, no,
Checkmate.
no. Izzy.
Checkmate.
The thing about that Nick Fuentes clip, a lot of the young black kids are not gonna grow up being triggered by seeing him saying, I'm the only real nigga left. Is there another real nigga in this goddamn country, right? That whole era of blackness, of being sensitive and triggered by simple things, we got to get deeper than that. We have to actually go for things that actually matter. And so the things are just going to be changing. I think the landscape is going to be different going forward. The whole posture that men have toward women right now, it's gonna change going forward.
Like, honestly, if a woman see you react to, if a words can get you in your feels, that woman is going to look at you differently from that day forward. If a
Wait,
word triggers you.
Right.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
Come on, man. You
Come
said
on,
it.
man.
Hold
Hold
on.
on real quick.
Izzy gets to respond for a
I
second.
want to
Then we're
ask
gonna
him the
pass the mic
question.
on
I'm trying
because
to
he's kind
ask
of a
Iz the
special
question.
guest.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to ask
Or
Iz the
ask
question.
Iz a
So we don't
question.
have the
Ask him
mic.
a question.
Yeah. So Iz. But if you out with your girl and a nigga call her a bitch, are you supposed to react to that? Is she gonna have the same reaction?
Walk away.
Hmm.
De-escalate and get away.
Wait, hold
Well,
on.
you're not necessarily
Honestly,
just you're not gonna
Ask me a
just walk
question.
away, but okay.
Hold on.
Izzy got the floor. Izzy, that was a
Yeah, I'm
solid
gonna
question.
respond.
Izzy got the floor.
I'm
Izzy
gonna
had no.
respond.
It
Was
was
that
the
question to
question. It
me?
is. So wait
Yeah,
a
Oh,
second.
my bad.
No, it wasn't for you, Trey. It wasn't for you, Trey.
Oh, my bad.
Yo, this. Oh my god. Like, these
Listen, I
extremes.
gotta be the ringleader. So let me
I
be the.
got
I'm
you. But,
sorry, the lion tamer. The lion tamer. So Izzy, you got the floor. So go for it.
To answer your question directly, Beans. No, I'm not just gonna walk away, or I'm just gonna I'm not just gonna do whatever. Like, it does depend on the situation. You know what I'm saying? Of course, but I would. She probably would look at me a certain type of way if I let a grown ass man just call her a bitch for no reason. Like, that's kind of weak, right? But now this is the thing. So does that satisfy your answer, Beans?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me address what the other brother just said. That was Trey that just said that.
Yeah, can I flesh it out flesh out what my final answer was?
Hold on. If you give me a second, so I don't forget, if you don't mind, okay, Trey.
Go ahead. You got it, bro. Go ahead, Izzy.
Let me just say this real fast, and then you got the floor back, bro. Man, I just I'm not what y'all call pro blackity black, even though at the same time I'm not as desensitized to a white man talking about a known racist supremacist Latino or white man talk about I'm the realest nigga that you know with any variation or any anything close to that, right? So at the end of the day, I just think it's weird, man. Like, yo, a man that don't stand for something falls for anything. And this is my thing. If you can just forget about, you are the only race of people who are told to forget about your trauma, forget about your past, forget about your ancestors. You are the only race of people that have to continue to start all over again every single time. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. Like, yo, no other race of people does that. What they do is they build off of what their predecessors did. They build off what the people before them did, and they make it better. But we're the only race of people that's told to just forget about the trauma, forget about what we've been through,
let me
forget
ask
about
you the
the
question
sacrifices
directly.
of their ancestors. Yo, let a
That's the
prejudice white
victimhood,
supremacist.
Izzy.
That's not
That's the
victimhood.
victimhood.
Let me
Yo,
ask the
that's
question
victimhood.
directly. I don't
You
want
brought up
to
the
get
past, bro.
I don't want to get
but
caught
yo,
up in this
champion.
forever, but let me ask, because you're kind of like one against the floor, so I gotta like, control the energy a little. Let me ask this question though: is what is it that you're standing up against or standing up for if you get upset because some white kid says nigga and it's kind of funny? Some people think it's funny.
I don't have to listen. I could correct it. I could not indulge in it, and
What
I
is
could
it
not.
that you're correcting?
Yo, I could tell, which I have. You know what I'm saying? I could tell somebody if they have respect for me. Look, homie. I'm not cool with that. That's not okay with me. If you don't mind, if you don't say it around me, I can't control you, but please just don't say it around me. That's
Hey, well,
cool.
Izzy,
Like,
okay, I got a question for you, Izzy.
yeah.
You do the streams with the robe on, right?
No,
Sometimes.
I've had a Versace robe on before, but yeah.
Okay, with the hoodie on the robe. I watched one of your streams one night. Hood sent me over there.
Okay.
Well, man, bro, you dropped the cracker bomb like a ton of times, bro. I may be dark skinned, but I got a ton of white folks in my family, bro.
I've
My
never.
parents just
No, wait, hold on. You got me.
yeah.
Hold on. No, you got me confused. I don't say cracker. That's. I don't say cracker.
Okay,
You got
well,
me
I may be
confused.
confused.
You just
That's what
said
I'm
it
saying.
now with the hard R, nigga. You
I
have
didn't
to
say no
indulge.
cracker. Are y'all
Okay.
stupid?
You have
Are y'all
to
wait, hold on.
No,
Please,
is he talking about
please.
right now? Is he talking about right now when you just said you did say it?
Okay, I may
Oh,
be
come on. I'm
mistaken.
about to
I
say,
may be
what the
It was
fuck?
a hard R and everything.
okay.
Like,
I
I
may be
be
mistaken.
Okay, so
It may be another stream that Hood was
nah,
on.
I don't use that. No, it's somebody else. I don't use that word. That's
Okay.
stupid. I
All
don't
right.
use that
So
word.
here's
Listen,
the
I
thing, though,
judge
bro.
people. Hold on, let me just say this. I judge people off of the content of their character. I don't judge people off their skin tone. Some of my best friends are white. Like at the end of the day, I'm not a person that says, yo, just because you're white, you're a devil, or just because you're white, you're this or that, or just because you're black, you're this or that. I don't get into none of that stuff. Like that's
So why are you on the path stuff?
hold on,
Why are you?
Trey, hold on, real quick,
Okay.
Trey. Let me kind of stop it for a second because we've been holding this clip for a minute and we gotta fire this bullet. Freeman's Journal. Walk us through this. Introduce us to this clip you got frozen on the screen, please.
So basically, this is Mike Rowe, right? So he's been on a campaign for the last 20 years telling men to take dirty jobs, basically blue collar work, right? And highlighting the need for blue collar work. That it does, in fact, pay well, and it is in high demand, right? So that's been his thing over the last 20 years. So let's listen to this.
Been telling kids for 15 years to code. Learn to code, we said. Yeah, well, AI is coming for the coders. They're not coming for the welders. They're not coming for the plumbers. They're not coming for the steam fitters or the pipe fitters or the HVAC. They're not coming for the electricians. That Ideas Festival I was telling you about in Aspen, I sat there and listened to Larry Fink say we need 500,000 electricians in the next couple of years. Not hyperbole. This is me being the alarmist again. There's not a week that goes by in my humble little foundation. It's called MicroWorks, shameless plug. We award work ethic scholarships every year, right, to kids who want to learn a skill that's in demand. These are trade school scholarships. Not a week goes by where I don't get a phone call from somebody like the Blue Forge Alliance, who oversees our maritime industrial base. That's 15,000 individual companies who are collectively charged with building and delivering 3 nuclear-powered subs to the Navy every year for 10 years, right? 2 Virginia, 1 Columbia class. Mind-bogglingly
Oh, one note on that. They prioritize building one sub over another, and the subs that were deprioritized are basically aren't even being built, right? Because they don't have the people to do it.
Complicated. This guy calls and says, we're having a hell of a time finding tradespeople. Can you help? I said, I don't know, man. It's pretty skinny out there. How many do you need? He says 140,000. 140,000. Now, granted, over 7 years, but they need 80, 90,000 right now. These are our submarines, folks, right? Things go hypersonic, little sideways with China, Taiwan, whatever. Our aircraft carriers are no longer the point of the spear. They're vulnerable. Our submarines matter. And these guys have a pinch point because they can't find welders and electricians to get them built. Where are they? They said, we've looked everywhere. Do you know? I said, yeah, I know where they are. They're in the 8th grade, man. They're in the 8th grade. And the same thing, the automotive industry needs 80,000 collision repair and technicians. Energy, I don't even know what the number is. I hear 300, I hear 500,000 everywhere. So not to filibuster, but that's the underlying thing that I just really hope people take from this conference. There is a clear and present freak out going on right now. I've heard from 6 governors in the last 6 months. I've heard from the heads of major companies in the country. It's like a memo has gone out. And people are realizing, you know something? We need to tend to this, both on the PR side and on the demographic. I don't know what to do about the retiring demography. I don't know what to do about
Paul, just let me free
men choosing.
Oh, it's about to end. Hold on, it's about to end.
Not to work. But I do know that the message to the young men and women in this state that a bright future awaits if they would but learn a skill that's in demand, that's going to resonate politically. That's going to resonate practically. It's going to move the needle.
Right. So
yeah.
There you heard it. So when I quote stuff like this, I say the age of men is upon us, right? And he is just talking about new stuff, right? Forget the infrastructure, right? We are not even talking about the infrastructure. This thing, where is it? This is the.
I was just thinking about that. Chicago.
Look, this is the inside of a pipe in Chicago.
Yeah.
That's that's the entire city. The infrastructure of the entire United States has to be replaced. So men are going to be on the come up, right? All this easy work that women have been getting, gone. All this overrepresentation in the public sector, gone, right? Men are about to go to work for like the next 20 to 30 years, period.
Well, here's one of the
So
things.
let me hold on. But before you jump in, Trey, let me just say this because I was paid to extend the show, and so we got way more than I really expected to get out of tonight. So I'm up well past my bedtime, and I gotta leave sooner or later because I gotta get up and go to work. That being said, though, shout out to everybody that donated to the show. Thank you, everybody on the panel. Appreciate you guys coming up. Double for you, Izzy. Thank you so much for showing up tonight. You and I, we can disagree all day. That's neither here nor there. No apologies need to be had. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to demand an apology from you. It is what it is. You're good. I'm good. That being said, we both have sons, and this is the kind of conversation I was just having with my son recently. Like, this is where the money is, bro. You're gonna need skills in life. You're gonna have to learn how to do things, and it's either, coding, you're going to have to get into some kind of tech support, you're going to have to learn how to actually be useful on the computer, or you're going to have to do things like this. And this is the direction I want to close on. Like, this is why Freeman's Journal said the age of men is upon us, because we got to get our sons, especially, to be not only productive and useful and functional in the world coming up, but we have to, explain to them the realities of, the social dynamics as well.
That's what, one of the things I wanted to chime in about this. And like, you see a lot of the Browns coming across, from Central America, South America coming up here, the good Browns, not the malo hombres, taking these kinds of jobs. Because in the blue collar industry, like, I don't know who else is there, hood myself, you got to
Yes,
have thick
sir.
skin. Yeah, you got to have thick skin in the blue collar industry. And what happens is that, they're funneling, young brothers into these liberal arts or these soft skills where, everybody is agreeable, make everybody happy about the feelings. And then when you try to like move into an industry where men, men around men make racist jokes, men make sexist jokes, men mess with each other, you got to have thick skin. And the problem is, if there's not a shift in what's going on, young brothers are going to get priced out by the Browns and whoever decides to come in here and get it, the Jeets, whoever.
Even
Let me
in that,
let me
right?
kick it. Hold on. Let me kick the Freeman's Journal because I don't think I've heard anything at all from Freeman tonight. You ain't jumping or nothing, bro. You got the floor for a sec, bro. What's going on, Free? I'm
Is
sorry,
that
not
free
Freeman's
zone?
Journal.
Free
Free
zone?
Zone
You talking
Lou.
about me?
Free Zone Lou.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
talking
I'm
about
sorry.
me?
I kept saying Freeman's Journal. Free Zone
Well,
Lou. What's going on?
what's good, man? Everybody been it's been a good discussion. I like where Freeman's going with the more men getting into blue collar jobs. I definitely think that's necessary. I was letting y'all have it out, but I do want to kind of dial it back. My question was going to be, in regards to the feminism conversation and Republicans. How does more men becoming Republican actually benefit against the fight against feminism when the Republican Party is overwhelmingly filled with simps? Because simps are bipartisan. They just simp differently on the right, but there's hella simps on the right, especially with the tradcom
Well,
movement. I would say to the tune of like 70% of red pills of Republican conservative simps.
Can I ask that, since I've been in that
I
fight,
think
man, for like, go ahead, my bad. Rich.
They
well
like hoes
to the
too.
degree that not to the degree that I mean not even to a degree. I think you're right in your general like synopsis. Like there is a put it this way, within conservative right-wing women, I was about to do some content. There is a right-wing shift within young women as well, but it's a largely white thing, so there's probably way less representation with black women. But there is a slight push for right-wing conservative women. That being said, there is a sort of phenomenon of conservative feminism, and
Uh-huh.
it is what it is. You called it out, right? So there's that. I think the right wing is the only place where you can even have that fight. You're not going to have that fight on the left at all. And so you're right in kind of pointing out how feminism is an existing thing, even on the right wing. But I think the right wing is the only place that is willing to fight it. And so I just have to kind of leave it there for the moment.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
and
a whole shift of the Overton window anyway, though? So you're moving
yeah,
back center.
yeah, and I could dig it up, True Hype. I did a video on this before anybody about the battle, because I saw it during the MAGA movement when I was running around the country doing all these interviews. Nobody knew I was red pill. They just thought I was just a regular conservative guy. And what I noticed was there's an upcoming battle that's going to take place between the kind of like the red pill men's rights movement and the tradcons, because at the time it was okay. We got to take our country back. So there was a temporary truce. But what I noticed is this: most of these, white women, they're feminists. There's no going back. For the brothers, for the white boys, the hombres, the way to go, Hispanic and Asian. You want conservative women, Hispanic and Asian, just culturally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
American Asian.
I wanna kick it back to Mr. Beans just one more time before we wrap this whole thing up. Any thoughts to add so far, Mr. Beans?
The one thing I will give credit to the people on this panel tonight, I think I heard people speaking in a way that highlights that they're thinking, right, versus people who are just regurgitating. So I could say that, but
at the end of the day, I just, a lot of times we say things and we don't necessarily substantiate them. At the end of the day, it just comes down to good feelings or you think you're right, right? I like numbers. I like data. I like evidence, right? I like facts. So that's what I deal in. If you can't substantiate what it is that you're saying, then you're just talking. Believe me, as a person who love women, it's difficult to look at the situation that we're in. I don't see a way out of it. We are still at this point in time under subjugation, and that's not about just like white people versus black people. It's just we are not the power base in this country. We like I said, we don't control any of the things, the mechanism that we use to program, particularly our children on the way up. You know what I'm saying? By the time they get to 18, they trying to overcome so much trauma, they ain't got time to be focused on all this other shit. It's a lot of that going on.
Well, it's not women. It's not women running that beans. It's other elite men running that shit. The elite men have the battery in everybody's back to do what they're doing.
I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying.
You know what
We
I'm saying?
spend all our time on the internet talking about each other, which is exactly what the elite want, right? It's always the never pay attention to the man behind the curtain, right?
Well, I mean, like the Larry Fink got named to the World Economic Forum, today or yesterday.
I seen that. Yeah, I seen that.
I'm like, so it's like they're not even hiding this stuff anymore. Like you'll own it, nothing, and be happy.
You
The
remember
rising
that was
economy.
a crazy wave, bro. You'll own nothing and be happy. Like that whole moment that they just put that out like it was gonna be a cool thing. That shit was wild.
Yeah, but these cats, they gotta like put this stuff out. So if you go with it, it's almost like a tacit agreement. So like, there's plenty of people, especially over here in the gulag, to be talking about this stuff.
Yeah. Freeman's Journal. Let me kick it to you one last time before we get out of here. I'm trying to go around the world real quick.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't know. This this whole thing is about to shift, man. From my thing is from the 50,000 foot level. We're in the fourth turning, and so everything is about to change. Everything. And one thing I know, man, people that are stuck in 20th century race politics, bro, you're just gonna get left behind. That shit is over. It's done.
Yeah, I think so.
It is done. You just didn't get the memo. With especially a thing that is underreported or not noticed is that black flight is just. I mean, I don't think people are ready for actual class structure amongst black people. That is coming. Well, it's already here, but it will be basically more acknowledged. Like over the next 10 years, it's gonna be like, nah, this romanticism of we, that is gonna be just it's gonna take a knife. It's gonna be like Julius Caesar. So yeah, that's what I see happening.
True Hype. Last thoughts before we get out of here.
Nobody here has done it, but I have seen it online a whole bunch of times. Every time I see like a clip like the micro one, I just think about for what 30 to 40 years they were targeting the bottom 60% of classes. So people that weren't students already, and then saddling them with debt, indentured servitude. I mean, it's equivalent, right? And I'm like, yo, but nobody saw that as an issue. These all the stuff that's happening right now, especially like the young people that want to overthrow the system. It's only because they got saddled with all this other stuff, whatever. I don't know. It's so many things, man. But I'll just leave it there.
And then last but most definitely not least, the man with the $100 grand plan, Izzy Bands. Any closing thoughts, bro? And thank you, Last. Like I said, bro, it is what it is. No apologies required. No apologies given. I'm gonna allow you to come up on the show anytime you want to hit the link. I expect you probably, I hope you feel the same. Let's go from there, bro. Great show. Great run today. I said other night, you're a player in the game, and this is how we play. So I like how you play. That being said, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, man. Thank you for the olive branch. Like I said, I definitely don't have a problem with you at all. I don't agree with all your ideology or philosophy, but as men, I don't think that we have to. I think that if we can have civil discourse, if we can have the meeting of the minds, we can learn something, we can expand our horizon, and we could get better. So thank you.
And thank you so much for that. Thank you for showing up tonight. You definitely added to the show, and I hope I add to your show as well whenever I do come up. You know, it is always my intent to entertain. If I piss people off, you know, hoes mad is just the way it is. I can't help if I make the hoes mad, but god damn it, I just gotta do my dance, and the hoes be mad, bro. Shit.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
That being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. We have just done an overtime late night tour. I'm rarely up this late because, you know, I got things to do, bro. I got to be a responsible adult. Carmen swears I'm a good father, and I be trying my best to be a good father. So I'm going to go to sleep, wake up, go back to being a responsible adult and, you know, taking care of my responsibilities and all that kind of stuff. And then we're going to do YouTube again. That being said, you guys have a good night. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. Shout out to Izzy Benz once again for hanging out, giving a nice pushback. Disagreements are disagreements, but we're always going to meet like men. That's what I like to have on this panel. We can fight a little bit, but we're going to meet like men. And that shit's dope. That's why y'all come here. And so now that it's all said and done, we're going to close the night out. We're going to forget all the traumas. We're going to forget all the troubles. And we're going to come back tomorrow and you know, some other shit's going to happen. And we're going to have a whole new show about that. So peace, y'all. Have a good night, man. It's over.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.